What up? It's time for some study. Today we're studying. I don't know if we're gonna be studying the whole time, but this idea came to me this afternoon after I played some Black Mesa. But now we're gonna do some writing. Okay, so let me turn off the music real quick. Okay, so here's an idea that I've been trying to toss and turn in my mind. It's how to write chords and how to arrange them goodly. Because, you know, I kind of started getting my feet wet into writing for orchestra and large ensemble, but I realized I haven't actually like super duper nailed down fundamentals of them, and I always feel like the chords are a little sparse. So what I have here is a very stripped down version of the orchestra. So we have basic woodwinds, basic brass, and basic strings. And here's an online version of Rimsky-Korsakov's Principles of Orchestration. Of course, there are other books. I just decided to start with this one because I was reading this as like a reference book, and I realized like, man, I haven't done it quite correctly yet. And the helpful thing about this, the online version of this, is that it gives you samples here for you to listen to. See, I can click listen here, and never mind, that's a MIDI file, but the other ones have MP3 files. If I go back here, let's skip to string harmony. Listen. Yay! They give you audio samples. And see, stuff like this, you see? The way to arrange chords and what notes to put on what instrument and stuff like that. I feel like that's something I haven't really nailed down, and that's something I really want to hone in today. So we're just gonna read through this. This is basically just me studying. I just decided to put it on a live stream. So let's begin with, I guess we could start with the string ones, but there's not a whole lot of examples given here. Right, harmony. It is an incontrovertible rule. Okay, hold on. Back up. It is an incontrovertible rule. What does this mean? Like an uncontroversial rule, and therefore like a general rule that nobody really disagrees with? I'm just going to assume that's what that word means. The resonance of different harmonic parts must be equally balanced. Will be noticeable in short, sharp chords than in those which are connected and sustained. What does that mean? This balance will be less noticeable in short, sharp chords than... Ah, I see. So like if you're doing lots of staccato chords or something like that, then it'll be difficult to hear the balance in comparison to a long sustained chord. I have a chord that's an octave with an inner voice. Give the octaves to the violin and first violins and inner voices to second violins that someone plays in a string section. Tell me that the other day. I think that's a good general rule, because strings are very good. Because strings have a very like foundational orchestral sound. I was gonna say basic, but that's not necessarily true. They have a good foundational orchestral sound, and therefore like they basically blend well with every instrument, at least a little bit. Like they blend well with every instrument. I would argue the horns blend better with every instrument, but strings, you know them, you love them, you can combine them with anything and they'll sound just fine. So, but of course there are more instruments than strings. So for this case, in order to increase the number of harmonic parts, each instrument in the string group may be provided with double notes or chords of 3 and 4 notes. Okay, in the second case, resources are limited. Short chords, arco, are only sound well when played forte. Okay. And when they can be supported by wind instruments. Interesting to note there. Maybe it's because they won't be heard over the whole orchestra. I don't know what he means by sound well. What does it mean to sound well? Okay, and execution of blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's not really the strings I'm concerned about, because the strings have a very even tone throughout their thing. It's more when we get to the brass and the woodwind, especially the woodwind, because the woodwinds, they have different sounds, right? They have very different sounds. So we have to arrange them in such a way that it sounds good. Okay. I would remind the reader of the general principles laid down at the beginning of the chapter. Harmonic texture composed of plain chords or ornamental designs. Okay. Simple or contrapuntal or contrapuntal in character. It must possess a resonance equally distributed throughout. This may be obtained by the following means. Instruments forming chords must be used continuously in the same way during a given passage. That is to say, they must be doubled or not throughout, except when one of the harmonic parts is to be made more prominent. Okay, so immediately he gives some examples here that is to be avoided. This is bad, don't do this. Okay, must be used continuously in the same way during a given passage. They must be doubled or not throughout, except when one of the... Okay, I'm not exactly sure what he means by this, because the example doesn't really line up, but what I assume he means here is that, like, since these instruments are being doubled, they're going to outplay the other instrument. Like, obviously the bassoon is going to outplay the clarinet. Like, you're just gonna... Here, we have a audio sample. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, it wasn't really noticeable to me on this one. This one is super apparent. This one less so, but definitely this one. I know clarinets have an extremely piercing sound, so like, I mean, that's good. But then like here, when you have two of them, it's like super duper easy to hear. And he said like, this is fine-ish when one of the harmonic parts is to be made prominent, right? So I guess doing like a melody part or something, or maybe for the bass that's okay, or something like that, like the root note, maybe that's okay. But yeah. Okay, the normal order of register must be followed, except in the case of crossing or enclosure of parts. Okay, which will be discussed later on. So oboes beneath the clarinets, that's weird, funky, don't do that. Flutes below the oboes, that's a little funkalicious, don't do that either. But why not? Okay, yeah, it's immediately clear to me that these oboes are super duper loud in comparison to these flutes. This chord just sounds a little weird. I don't really like the way it sounds. It's a little hard for me to explain why, but it just doesn't sound good. Corresponding or adjacent registers should be made to coincide except for certain color effects. Okay, so I think these two are kind of related, right? The second flute will sound too weak and the oboes too piercing. Yeah, because when the oboes get super low, it's really easy to hear their roughness. Oh, what a disgusting chord. Okay. So we can immediately mark on our notes here, I think, like stuff that should be avoided. Here, we can actually make a marker here. To be avoided. So, what's bad here? Having doubled parts is not cool. So something like this would be a no-no. I think it's one of the... And just as a comparison, we'll have this and maybe... I think the bassoon's too quiet. I know this bassoon sound in particular is kind of quiet. Let me boost it. I think if I set you guys both to piano, will you sound a little bit more like in tone? Okay, yeah, here it's definitely immediately apparent at piano that the bassoon tone takes over the whole thing. Whereas if we relegate it to like another tone, if there's no doubling, then it sounds okay. It sounds more uniform, but if I like, especially if I double that clarinet note, the clarinet takes over the whole darn thing. Okay, got it. So that's no good. And here, let's make a let's make a note here. How am I gonna say this? No doubling. Same instruments, maybe something like that. These are, it's not like a rule that you need to follow 100% of the time, but like I think what we're getting at is that these instruments will sound too close together, or no, this instrument will sound too much and this one will sound too little. How do I how do I move this bar line? Extend the measure. Move it so the text isn't in the way. Text is right now in the way. Sucks. Insert horizontal frame. Not what I need. Insert spacer. Insert staff type chain. Insert one measure before. Can I have like a... I can have a space there. I'll just make this text small. This is already 10-point font. Make it 6-point fonts. It's so tiny. Okay. So that ain't no good. And neither is something like, let's do other instruments now. So like, if I did something like that. Let me hide these. Don't need to see them. Okay, yeah, that is very clear. These flutes are too sharp. What's up? Hello. We're doing some studying here. Bassoon 2 piercing. Flute 2 piercing. Okay, I think we got the idea out of that one. And then I'll have a double bar line here. Where in the world are the bar lines? Here. We didn't really discuss it for the brass. Maybe for the brass it's a little different. Okay. Oh, and also, gotta... should be made to coincide except for certain... Corresponding should be made to coincide. What does that mean? Should be made to coincide. Like, follow the normal order of register, is that what he means? Except in the case, so stuff like this is a little weird because the order of resonance goes from like bassoon to clarinet to oboe to flute or something like that. So therefore, having something like this, let's have a different chord. Let's have G major. That'd sound... It would sound better if I did something like this instead. Because this violates the normal order of register. The oboes are below the clarinets. And this one would sound better because the oboes are above the clarinets. Hold on. I'll make you guys play forte instead of piano. Although this might be too loud. This sounds just a little weird, maybe because the oboes are different than the clarinet, so maybe we'll put this in flute instead, and just to be fair, we'll put this up higher. Okay, yeah, that is immediately clear as to which one is better. The clarinets kind of dominate in the lower registers, of course, but like clarinets can play on higher registers, so if I put them near the flute register, yes, the one where the flutes are above is immediately much better. Here. How about we should have like... Here, actually, this might be a better way to structure it. We'll have like the bad chord here, and then we'll have like the good chord on the other side. And so we know how to rectify it. So to rectify this, it would be better if like we did something like this instead, where there's no doubling of the instruments. Or maybe I'll just remove the doubling altogether so we can hear the difference. It's a little subtle. Maybe if I put it in oboes, it might be easier to hear. I'm trying to put the bassoon and oboes in similar registers, but he did give an example of clarinets. Where Thomas Goss video would help. So true. I'm not just gonna watch his videos on the stream though. I feel like I feel like that'd be disrespectful to me to just watch his videos on the stream. If you could just go watch it yourself, but I'll put the text. How am I gonna do this? Here. So I wanna be able to easily denote like which ones are good and which ones are bad. I think there's a plugin I could get that color notes. Enable color notes. Here. Yes, how do I color notes? Color notes. Make these ones like red or something. Color notes. Uh-oh. Why is it lagging? Uh-oh. Oh no, I got the spinning wheel. What? Note. How do I, what happened? How do I change the color? Let me change the color. Change the color. Edit elements. Oh no, did I open a new menu? How is color notes supposed to work? It's not coloring any of the notes. This sucks. Appearance. Oh. Red. Add it to custom colors. Oh my gosh, that's so red. Too red, actually. Make it like blood red, but less bloody. There you go. Okay, that looks a lot better. Can I hide this? Okay, whatever, I'll just... Actually, no. I want them all to play the same dynamic, so I'll have them all be played forte. Okay. Oh my gosh. And the media score tells you that it's too low for the instrument. True. So this bad. Don't do this. Bad. This not good. It would be much better if we just didn't have the doubles like that. Although having the oboe that low is probably not good, so instead I'll just do this. Have them be in similar registers. In their middle registers. Okay, and this one we heard was very bad. This doesn't sound good at all. Oh, I accidentally colored the rest. Follow natural order of... The natural order of what? Of register. And I'll make this text teensy like I did the other ones. 6-point fonts. Okay, so this one, bad. Actually, wait, maybe I could have like... Hold on. bar line here, and then this one could be like big. Oh my gosh, thick line, thick line. Soft trumpet and clarinet, because clarinet is trumpet alt. That was a horrendous joke. Okay, so the natural order of register must be followed. So we'll have like this instead. This would be much better than this. And this one's kind of hard to hear in my opinion, I guess, unless your ears are more trained for it. I don't know if I'm just having a placebo effect, but I can understand why this is bad. This one is immediately obvious though why it's bad. Doesn't that one sound so much better? Okay, we'll have another double bar line here. We'll have something similar here. Have another G major chord here. Clarinet meant trumpet in French or something, I forgot. Did you know tuba means trumpet in Latin? They're very different now. Can you play G? High G. This is the good chord actually. Let's do the bad chord first. Have the oboe can't go that low. Hold on, maybe I'll have another chord other than G major that's more suited to these instruments' ranges, so that I want the instruments to sound good in their ranges. I just need to see how exposed, like I'm trying not to make it about the fault of the instruments, I'm trying to make it about the fault of the chords, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to put the instruments within similar ranges so that they sound like the instruments on their own sound good, but the way the chord is structured is just fundamentally incorrect, you know? You have the chord and you have the evil chord. Yeah, you guys hear how evil this chord is? Evil chord! It's so evil. No. Alright, let's have you play... No, not that. Like that, maybe? The bassoon sounds really strange in these super high registers, so let's relegate it to like E. I think E is a good note here. Or maybe D. And then conversely... but now that's super high again. Okay. Oh, that's... Okay, that one's also pretty clear why it's not good. Although this is pretty low for the oboe, which is why low for the oboe. Okay, very funny, Shirgi. Try that. Okay, yeah, that one's a bit more obvious as to why it ain't no good. So let's add our thing here. Bop. Oh wait, select the notes only, please. And then, bad, don't do this. No, There is a bass oboe, there is a bass oboe. It certainly has a sound. According to Berlioz, I think, the contrabass oboe sounds completely different from a bassoon. I mean, I don't have a contrabass oboe, but I have a bass oboe sound. Here, let's just add a bass oboe. A bass oboe. Should I have a bass oboe sound somewhere? Bass oboe. It's kind of loud, hold on. Those are certainly two different sounds. Get out of here, bass oboe. Search up contrabass oboe. It looks like the same as the bassoon, like the contrabass bassoon. Sure. Okay. These follow the good order of registers. They sound epic and awesome, and we like them. Do I want to have like green here maybe? Or maybe like blue? I think blue would look better than green for these. Let's have green. Maybe like a yellow green, yeah. Slightly less saturated and quite bright. And also add it to my... Oh, I accidentally deleted my other color. Oh no, it's too bright. Dang it, I deleted my other color too. I thought it's when it said add to custom colors, it would add it to the custom colors, not delete my current color. Oh man. Okay, well I can see that one just fine. Deep red. Here, pick this green color, this color. Add it to custom colors. Okay, good. And actually, I want this green to be slightly darker. Just more saturated, I guess. Okay, yeah, that's good. And then you're good. Hey, wait a minute. You're a different color. Stupid muse score. Pick screen color. That color. There you go. Angry red, yes, like the angry bird. Okay, so I'll also make these bold just for funsies. Blah. Make sure you do this or else. This is what we have so far. That ain't no good, and it's better to have than be singled out. That sounds awful, and this one sounds much better. These ones sound a lot more uniform than these ones. This one just sounds bad. And yeah, the bassoon starts to lose its rougher quality in the higher registers, whereas the oboe starts to gain a lot of rougher quality in the lower register. And I guess it's true of both of those instruments the other way around, but it just sounds better because the bassoon sounds super duper thin in these registers, and this one sounds super thick. And at least here, both instruments will sound thicker than this. What does no doubling the same instrument mean? Like I get what doubling means when I'm confused. Okay, so as Mr. Korsakov puts it, instruments forming chords must be used continuously in the same way during a given passage. That is to say, they must be doubled or not throughout, except for one of the harmonic parts is to be made more prominent. So, I think that's what he means is that if you're writing chords for lots of instruments, and if a note within a chord is doubled, it has to be doubled throughout the whole thing. Like otherwise, like if you have a chord progression and one of the voices of the chords is doubled, then it needs to be doubled throughout the whole one. Otherwise, it's going to sound really unnatural. Because all of a sudden you're going to hear one of the notes more prominently than the rest of the notes. So like, you know, if you're writing like 4-part harmony and like one of the notes, you know, some of the voices, in order to follow 4-part harmony rules, they need to double each other, right? That is like kind of like a minefield kind of ground, because you'll see here that when the notes are doubled, the voice that is being doubled is going to be made a lot more prominent. See, the C note here, the root note here, is super duper prominent in comparison to the rest of the chords. And he says this is okay when one of the harmonic parts is to be made prominent, but you know, otherwise why not just write the melody on top of it? And then here, natural order register, that one's kind of easy to get. And then here, concord, octaves, thirds, and sixths, and not discord, fifths, fourths, and man, when fifths and fourths were first described as discords, I was so shocked, but they're discords. They're not dissonance, but they're discords. I think by discord, I think what he means by, because this is something that I got a little bit confused about when I read Fuchs's book, Gradus ad Parnasum, and he described concords and discords as fifths and fourths. But I think what he means is that like concords are intervals that are like they sound good together and they sound like in the background, but discords are really easy to hear. Like if you have a discord in your big chord, if you have a discord in your chord, then that discord is going to be very easily heard. Like it'll shine above all the other, like you'll hear, like, you know, as musicians and playing classical music, where our ears are kind of trained to be able to hear perfect fifths and fourths really well. Like if as a musician you can immediately hear if a fifth or a fourth is out of tune, right? We just can. If a fifth or a fourth is out of tune, it'll be immediately noticeable to us. And I think that's especially true if you play something like the violin, right? So that's why these are discords, because they're really easy to hear. And seconds and sevenths are easy to hear, but for other reasons. So I think that's why they're grouped under discords. It should be given to so concords should be given to instruments of the same kind or color. So like bassoons and oboes are of similar color, and clarinets and flutes are of similar color. And octaves, thirds, and sixths should be given to instruments of similar colors, and these discords should be given to instruments of different colors, and then except when discords are to be emphasized. Okay, this rule should be especially observed in writing for oboe with its penetrating quality of tone. The oboe is just real good at penetrating, guys. Don't forget it. Okay, so how do I word this in like a snappy sentence here? This is my chord study. I named the file chord study, so we could probably do other study things, but I want to get to writing chords. We're going to start with woodwinds, and then I'm going to move to brass, and I'm going to move to, well, maybe not strings. But what I'm really interested in is the harmony of combining these. Because again, I'm writing for orchestra at the moment, so I gotta hear how they sound when they're like this. Okay, so octaves, thirds, sixths use similar, concords should be given to instruments of the same color. Use similar colors, tone colors. And then fifths, fourths, seconds, sevenths use different tone colors. Like that. Okay. So let's see. This is to be avoided. Should be given to instruments of the same color. Yeah, you see the third here? This third is a concord, and it should be given to instruments of the same color, and that's good. But this C and G, they are discords. They're on discord, and they are playing a fifth, and it's no good. Bad, bad, bad. And then the oboe needs to be specially observed for penetrating. Okay, so the oboe, the discord of the oboe, it's playing a fourth right now. I think this is meant to say the oboe is playing the C and the G down here, and it's playing a discord. It's playing a fourth, and it needs to be given to instruments of the same. Okay, so the oboe playing a fourth will be super duper emphasized because it's of the same tone color, and since it's a discord in the same tone color, it's going to become extremely apparent what that chord sounds like. So let's create an example of that here. We'll use oboes and flutes for this maybe. Let's have an F major chord for this one. So if I did something like this, That doesn't sound good because the oboes are super easy to hear. But if I did maybe something like... Maybe like this would be better. Maybe if I did like this. There you go. Okay, so... Ah, okay. That's a lot easier to notice. What? Let's have an F major chord for this one then. Yeah, from my dad watching a game. Yeah, F major, let's go! Let's go! Okay, hold on. Appearance. Red. Bad chord. What? The text turned red. Back to black. Okay, and then this one's green. Okay, so let me just explain this, mostly for myself, but also for y'all. The oboes and the flutes are playing discords. They're playing fifths, which means the oboes are super duper penetrating. See, observe for writing for oboe, but it's penetrating quality of tone. Yeah, you can hear the oboes, you can hear them really clearly, and the flutes are getting kind of put on the back burner. But also, the fifth just sounds really empty. The bobos. The penetrating bobos. Okay, and then we replaced it here with the instruments playing in thirds, because they're using similar tone colors now, and this will sound a lot better. And it does, although they are playing in their middle, maybe like that would be better. Yeah, that's a lot easier to tell what's going on here. Maybe just a tad bit lower. We're changing you from F major to something else, but I'll make you D major. No, I want you to be a 7th chord, please. Okay, yeah, that's a lot easier to tell the difference. This chord feels a lot more mellow. This one feels a lot more sharp. And it's definitely because of the oboes. The oboes, you can hear them so clearly. High oboe reminds you of an ambulance. I guess it kind of does. Okay, bop. And then we'll do something for the clarinets and bassoons here. Maybe if I give you the clarinets, and see what this sounds like. Or no, because these have the same tone color. Flutes and the clarinets have similar tone color. Sounds like the circus song. Yeah, the entrance of the gladiators. What a song. Okay, or maybe we'll have clarinets and oboe for this one. So let's have like a another F major chord for this one. So let's see. 6 have to use similar tone colors, and here, let's have a 4th here. So let's start them. I think I've got a B major chord here. And it would be much better if this played a 6th and this played a 6th. Like that. This would be much better than this. Cause you're playing a concord and you're using similar tone color, and that is 2 oboes. And you're playing a concord that is a 6th, and you're using similar colors. You're playing a discord by playing a 4th, and you're also playing a discord by playing a 4th. And you guys are using same tone colors so that the chords will sound really empty. It sounds really empty, and then we can put together. It sounds weirdly kind of sharp and like something's off. Okay. What if I give you to bassoon instead? Actually, no, it's too high. I'd have to read it here. What about flute? How would this sound on flutes? Doesn't really have a difference. Okay. So this would be an example of something that's a no-no. Bad. And this one's good. Yay. We want that one. Why did these not get colored? Hold on, I want the sharps to be colored too. What color the sharps? Then color the other sharps. Yay. Hey, wait a minute. You're not colored either. Get colored. Color. Man, what are we gonna start notating music with color? I feel like that'd be super awesome. And expensive. Okay. And then we'll have another one, I think. I'll have another example because I kind of want to see, I want to incorporate this idea, but with all four instruments. Because again, the bassoon and the oboe have similar-ish tone qualities, and clarinet and flute have more similar tone qualities, I would argue, than bassoon and oboe, but definitely a little bit different, of course, because they're different instruments, but similar tone quality. So like if I had like a 4-part harmony chord, let's say like A major, so I could have like the oboe and bassoon because that's a concord. Not all perfect intervals are concords. Let's have a, maybe then I'll raise you so the oboe's in its better range, like C. It's called the mellophonium. Okay, I'll look up what the mellophonium is. Let's see. Mellophonium. What does this look like? Mellophone. What? But the mellophone is a normal instrument. I don't know what the mellophonium is. I think the mellophone, yeah, this is the mellophone. This is the mellophonium. This one does look dumb. it's like a bass clef. I see. It's so bottom heavy. Wow. See, this is what I thought. This is a mellophone. It looks fine. The mellophonium does look really weird though. This also looks like it might be really hard to hold. Like, look at how this one's being held. What the heck? A post horn? I don't think a post horn is that weird. It's just a normal horn without any of those fancy bits. Except for whatever that is. I don't know what this is. It looks like it's made from a rubber tire. This is some kind of instrument that Top Gear would make. This is a normal horn. I like this. It's like a loopy horn. Teensy horn. Hold on, is there a picture of someone holding a post horn? Okay, that one's obviously really small. Looks like a keychain. Why is there no photo of anyone? Is that a post horn? Is that a post horn? Whoa. Man, why are there no images of anyone holding post horns? Okay. So, you guys are Discord. They're on Discord. And have the clarinet play E, and the flute play like the 7th here. So it's a nice 9th chord. I don't think I can play the, hold on. Let's play the clarinet and the flute together. That's not gonna sound good because the E and the D are making a 7th. Which, because the E and the D are playing a 7th, which is a discord, and the flute and the clarinet have similar tone colors, it's not gonna sound good. It would be much better instead if the bassoon and the oboe played the concord of C and E, and if the clarinet and flutes Dang it, wait, this introduces the same problem. They're playing using the same tone color. Okay, then guess I'll lower you to B then. Although I'm not happy about it. Oh, that one is so noticeable. It's so easy to tell which one's better. This one just sounds so much nicer immediately. Okay, good to know, good to know. Let's how do I change the color? Color bad, red bad, and green good. Okay, I like this a lot though because I can actually hear if it's good or not, because just reading a book it's kind of hard to take in this information and imagine in your mind why it's bad, but like now that I'm able to hear this, it's so apparent why he thinks, you know, the way he does. Okay, I'm gonna have one more example just to have a nice even 4 examples here. Let's write one more example. Let's have the clarinets be like, the clarinet and flute have the bass note. So let's have like a B major chord or something, or actually, no, A major chord. I want you guys to play like a, but that's low for the flute, so it's not gonna sound good regardless. Here, let's bump you up to maybe an E major chord. So the flute is at least in its good range. And then, so this is this chord, and then actually the bassoon should play the G sharp. And then you can play E, I guess. Kind of hard to write 4-part harmony here because the instruments have such different ranges. I might, maybe it's because I keep writing them in close harmony. Let's write them in further harmony. So the clarinet can play the bass. I want the clarinet to play the bass for this particular chord, even though I guess that goes against the natural order of register advice that was given earlier. Okay, here, I guess we can just omit bassoon for this exercise. The Italian bassoon abbreviation won't survive in 2025 with woke people. Yeah, guys, it's too woke. No, FAG. How could you say something like that? No. The woke mob is gonna come after you for saying it. Oh my gosh, not what I meant to do. I got jump scared by a flute. Okay, let's have maybe 2 clarinets playing this. Like that, and then you can play like high D here, you can play F sharp. And then it would be better perhaps if you played the F sharp, you played the A, and you played the D. Maybe give you the bassoon instead. Okay, I like that better. Okay, yeah, so the bassoon here is playing you guys. Actually, no, it was a better example when this was happening. Maybe do this, you do this, and you do this. Yes, okay, that's better. So here, the bassoon and the oboe have similar tone qualities, but they're playing an octave, they're playing a 4th here, and a 5th here. And this one's just filling in this. You could add a flute here to have an extra 3rd on top. Played the F sharp, it sounded like a turn to a minor chord. I don't think that's how harmony works. Wait. Yeah, the octave is a conchord. I guess a discord would be like, yeah, an E here to make a 9th chord, right? It would be better instead if, hello, It would be better instead if we had you play, because you're playing a concord here with the octave, you're playing a concord here with a sixth, you're playing a concord here with a third. That would make you guys be playing a fifth though. Maybe instead have like this. No, that's still, dang it, that's still a fourth. Yeah, I guess we'll just omit flute for this example. This is already 4-part harmony. Okay, so the oboe here is just playing this top note. But it's better because, again, just re-explaining. This is a fifth here, that's a discord. This is a fourth here, this is a discord, which means that these intervals, because they're in instruments of the same color, or the same kind of tone quality, they're going to stick out a lot more and they're going to kind of take over the chord and make it feel a lot more sharp, whereas the chord will feel a lot more steady and feel a lot more mellow if instruments of the similar tone color are playing concords, like an octave, a sixth, and a third, and then the clarinet can fill in this middle notes. So let's have let's color you guys appropriately. Bad and good. Good. Okay, cool. So that's 4 examples. Let's listen to them again. Balance appearance. This one I'm not quite sure about. This one sounds a little strange. It's this B flat that's really sticking out. But it is better than this because the clarinets are so loud here. This one's really obvious. That one sounds so much better. And this one's also kind of obvious. Okay. Goody. Let's add our thick bar line back and let's move on to our next thing. 4-part and 3-part harmony. Harmonic writing for the woodwind, maybe wood-wind, may be considered from 2 points of view. A, instruments in pairs, 2 full, 2 ob, 2 cull, 2 fadge, and B, instruments in threes, 3 full, 2 ob, enghorn, 3 cull, 2 fadge, cafadge, in pairs. There are 3 ways of distribution. Superposition or overlaying, strictly following the normal order of register. What do you mean overlaying strictly following the normal order of register? Overlaying, oh, so that's just when you have instruments of different tone colors. It's kind of like stacked on top of each other, as we had over here to follow the natural order of register. Okay. There's crossing. Yeah, where they're kind of like zigzagging here. And enclosure, where some of the instruments are enclosed within it. So in pairs. So yeah, so 2 of each instrument for 4-part harmony. These are the methods of doing it. In choosing one of these 3 methods, the following points must not be forgotten. The register of a particular isolated chord. The soft and weak register of an instrument should not be coupled with the powerful and piercing range of another. Okay. So I think this one's really easy to understand. Here, when you're overlaying and crossing and enclosing. Hold on a second. The clarinets are playing a discord. That's not good. Okay, well anyway. Yeah, the oboes are playing in their lower register, so they'll take over the flutes. And these ones are crossing. Low notes of the flute too weak. Yeah, this low C in the flute will definitely, or actually we could just listen to it, but I'll just explain it to myself first. So yeah, this low C of the flute will definitely not be heard well over this being played by the clarinets. And of course here with the bassoons are playing, here, bassoon 2 prominent, they're playing in their lower range, and the clarinet's kind of playing in this middle range, which is apparently pretty weak for a clarinet. So That's why it ain't no good. We can listen to them. Okay, got it. So, in a succession of chords, the general progression of chords must be, or parts must be considered. Okay, let me read this. In a succession of chords, the general progression of parts must be considered. One tone quality should be devoted to the stationary and another to moving parts. Okay. So... Okay. So it should not be that it was in treble clef. It's like, why is bassoon in treble? True. Here, just for consistency's sake and to make everyone super happy. Cool. And just to be sure. All right, let's keep reading. So what he means here is that for chords playing in 4-part harmony, the voices that move around need to be played, or not need to be played. The tone quality should be, okay, yeah. Well, he says it here. One tone quality should be devoted to the stationary and another to the moving parts. So here, the moving parts are the top notes of this chord. So they're being played by one tone color, which is clarinets. And in the stationary part, which is these G's, are not moving in the chords. So they're being played by one tone color, which is the bassoons. And then here, this one's a little funkier, but yeah. I hate alto clef instruments. Well, it's a viola. That's why it's playing alto clef. But hold on, just for you guys. Dang it, I can't put a tablature on this. There you go. Maybe this. And like that. And maybe like that. Okay, cool. This is so ugly. Okay. Alto trombone. Hey, I will not take viola slander. I like viola better than cello. The viola has an epic range. Okay, anyway, back to the second example. The moving parts in this chord are playing in sixths, and they're moving around, so they're being played by clarinets because they're the moving voices. And then these are the stationary voices, the bassoons, so they're saying the same. I'm a flautist, so I shan't talk crap. Okay, and here again, the bassoons are holding the note steady. Interestingly, he's not making it so that the clarinets are the ones that are holding the chord steady. But yeah. So the bassoons are holding the chord steady, and then the moving voices are being dedicated to one. Okay, let's listen to it. Okay. I mean, it sounds fine. I want to know why this is, so I'm gonna write a bad example, and then I'm gonna write a good example. So let's write our bad example here. Oh, whoopsies. Didn't mean to jump scare you with the Windows Vista prompt there. In a succession of chords until quality. Dedicate one tone quality to maybe anchor notes, I'll call them. And dedicate another tone color is a shorter word. Tone color to moving, maybe instead of notes, voices, to unmoving voices, to moving voices. Okay, that's that. Dedicates. Bold. Let's make the text a bit smaller. There you go. This might be a bit too small, actually. I'm gonna make them a bit bigger. Make them like 8 points. There you go. Okay. Okay, so let's write here why this is good and bad examples. So let's do this. Well, we did it with clarinets and bassoons, so we'll start there. Okay, how am I gonna write this? The clarinets. Man, clarinetists are gonna hate me, but dang it, it doesn't play that low. How low do you play? F. What does that sound? Oh, that's so many ledger lines. Awful. Don't do that to me. Here. I guess this is acceptable. Oh wait, this is the same tone color again. It's actually not that hard to learn low clarinet notes. I just haven't really considered it. I don't really write a lot for low clarinet. I like writing clarinet in the higher registers because it just sounds better. They sound like a nice happy organ when they're in their higher registers, and I like it. So that's why I usually write them there. Okay, hold on. So these anchor notes are being dedicated to 2 different tone colors. Okay, so this is the bad example. I'm going to explain here why. So here, the unmoving voices are being played by 2 different tone colors, and the moving voices are also being dedicated to 2 different tone colors, and this is not good. And then I'll write the good example after so we can immediately hear after which one's better. So the unmoving voices I'll dedicate to clarinets. Okay, and then the moving voices I'll dedicate to bassoon. Okay, that's a little fast, hold on. Just gonna set the tempo here. Make it like andante. And then hide it, it's just for note purposes. It sounds a little weird here. Maybe it's because you guys are playing forte, it's a little... sounds a little funky. What if I change you guys to play piano instead? Stationary. I mean, I think that's what he wrote in the book. Yeah, stationary. I mean, this one kind of sounds off, but I would argue not necessarily because of the moving voices, it's because of this right here, because the octaves need to use similar tone colors. That's why this one sounds a little weird. This one sounds a little bit more like... I think it's because what he's trying to get at here is that the movement of the chords needs to be emphasized. The unmoving voices are less important than the moving voices, and you know, because you want to hear the chord change, right? You want to be able to hear that the piece is moving harmonically. So by dedicating the moving voices to one tone color, it's easier to hear when the chord is changing, because it's, well, it makes... You can very, very clearly hear the bassoons moving harmonically there, whereas here it's a little more dubious. Like, you can hear the chord moving, but like, it's a little like muddy. It's a little less obvious that the chord is moving in comparison to this other example here. Okay. So I'm gonna mark this again as bad, don't do this, and this one as super cool, this is awesome, so do this. Okay. And then we're going to give you a nice bar line here, and then we'll write another example. Okay, so let's do oboe and flute this time. So I'll have you play like unmoving voices. Not have them be necessarily like because these are played in octaves as the unmoving voices, but maybe we can have the unmoving voices be like just like these notes here, or maybe like that. Next rule should be brass. Well, I don't know. I'll probably do that, but this chapter is specifically for woodwinds. I'll read about brass and then I'll add stuff as I need. If a Gen Z composer wrote a book, I'm a Gen Z composer. I don't have any slang though. I have Texas slang, but not like Gen Z slang. Okay, hold on. So, if I name these the unmoving voices. Oh, you guys are playing in fourth, which is a no-no. How you guys play like this, maybe. Although, no, it's fine. No, that doesn't make any sense. Two instruments with two different vibes would not be skibbity playing together while others are revising. Never say that to me again. Unbelievable. I think this only really works because when instruments are playing in like fifths and stuff. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit, but let's have bassoon play bass, oboe play this. Actually no, oboe play high C. So have like hold on, I'm using all of my brain power here to write this example. I think this needs to be raised. Let's raise it to like E here. Make you play. So okay, that's no good because the moving voices are being played by two separate tone colors. Even though the unmoving voices are still dedicated to these non-moving colors, maybe it might be a bit better if instead I wrote this part to be for high flute instead. Like that, and then you guys can just go to first voice. Is it safe to eat glue sticks? I'm hungry. Only the purple ones. All other colors are poisonous. Okay, so that's not epic, but what is epic is if instead... oh wait. If I did this, and then the flutes played the moving voices. Maybe clarinets, because this is a little low for the flutes. Here, I'll just copy this here. Okay, that one's a lot more obvious to me. This one sounds really thin. Can you hear that? That sounds really, really thin. And maybe I'll put them in their normal order of register, but it should still sound kind of weird. Is it because the oboe is quiet? I can't really hear it here. Let's boost it a little bit. Yeah, so it's much more obvious here that the chords are moving. In this one, it's kind of hard to tell that the chords are moving. Because I think it's because these notes are sounding so prominently, but again, that's the rule, so let's do that. And bop, bop. Awesome. So we have our examples here of good and bad stuff. Boink. Okay. When chords are widely divided, 4-part harmony notes may be... Okay, Rimsky-Korsakov. I know this is translated, but your translator needs to put a comma here. 4-part harmony notes may be allotted in pairs to two different tone qualities, adhering to the normal order register. Hey, wait a minute. He just dedicated a discord, to the same tone color. No. Maybe... But he just did that. but he just did that. Oh man. Okay. Well, it's probably okay because you guys are... Well, no, even here you're writing a fifth. And here you're writing a fifth too. Or no, I was about to say maybe this is okay because clarinets and flutes have similar tone colors. This one, clarinets and bassoons have different tone colors. Because at least this one would sound more or less uniform, like you're playing like an organ, right? Like a pipe organ chord. I don't know what the heck is supposed to happen here. Also, why do you just like switch to the alto clef for this one? Okay, well anyway. Widely divided, 4-part harmony notes may be allotted in pairs to two different tone qualities, adhering to the normal order of register. But two different tone qualities. But I thought these guys have the same tone qualities. Maybe allotted in pairs to two different tone qualities. Sure. I mean, they do have different tone qualities, obviously, because they're different instruments, but they're similar-ish. At least the clarinet is more similar to the flute than the clarinet is similar to the oboe, if you know what I mean. Well, it's... Okay, a better example would be the bassoon, because the clarinet starts to kind of sound like an oboe when it's in its higher register, but... well, all instruments kind of do. Okay. Any other distribution will result unquestionably in a grievous lack of relationship between registers. Okay, so he gives the bad example after the good one. What in tarnation is this? What is that? Okay. So these are the same chords here. These are the bad chords. Okay, these are the good chords. Okay. I think I need to hear them side by side, like I need to hear the bad example side by side with the good example. Okay. I'll just copy his things here so I can hear them side by side. Maybe allotted in pairs to two different tone qualities. Okay. I'll see what I can do here. I think maybe like open harmony would be a more relevant term, because that's what I learned, instead of widely divided open harmony. For open harmony, notes may be allotted in pairs to two different tone qualities, adhering to the normal order of register. Any other distribution will result unquestionably in a grievous lack of relationships between registers. Okay. I mean, I think what he's saying here is just to continue following the normal order of register, because like we had that rule over here. I guess then we could just insert another example here. Yeah. So we'll have like a close harmony example, and then we'll have an open harmony example. So I'm gonna copy some of his examples here. Let's do this one first. So this is the bad one, where this is G, that note is G, right? I think, maybe. And it's also playing the high B here. Although that's super high. Still spooked by YouTube constantly recommending me Mozart's Requiem. Like, I need to know why you're recommending me a piece with a backstory like that. Maybe it's just because you're an evil villain. And YouTube knows it. So this is worse than this. So let's hear why. Okay, yeah, this one feels a lot more uniform. Also owing to the fact that the bassoon sounds like really thin here, but again, that's also part of why this is the tip. Okay, so let's add some more measures here. Another bar line here, bar line, and then I'll select these notes. These are the no-no notes, and these are the... Why are you yellow? Be red. Dang it. Maybe I'll have to lower this so that it doesn't complain at me again. This difference is kind of a little more subtle, but I think you can hear it. This one just sounds a lot better. This one just sounds more uniform, more grounded, feels a lot thicker. This one sounds really thin. It's definitely because of this really low C note that's kind of dominating everything. You can hear it so clearly. And in this one it still is, but less so. It was a semi-acceptable note. I think yellow means like these are notes that professionals only can really play and that amateur players would have a much more difficult time. I think that's what that means. Like, those notes are possible, definitely, but they'll sound a bit weird if they're not played by skilled players, right? So, you know, anything by Stravinsky would be all yellow notes. The whole piece, all yellow notes. Any other distribution will result in questionably lack of... Okay, so let's do another example here. Let's do this one here with the flutes and the clarinets. Let's see if I can make my own example. So something about not following the order of the registers, like... Oh wait, does this not have a B anywhere? This year's supposed to be B. There you go. That's better. It's kind of hard to tell for this one. Let's try oboe here. Okay, that's pretty high. Okay, that one's a lot more obvious. What about do this for this? Again, oboes are too piercing. Dang it. It sounded much better with clarinets and oboes. Yeah, this one's pretty obvious as to why it's better. But again, this one needs different tone colors because it's a fourth. It's playing a fourth. Here, you play this. What are you making? I'm writing notes. I'm studying right now. This is my study session. That one sounds a lot better. Okay. So what happened here is that I switched this voice, middle voice here, between the clarinet and the oboe. So what's happening here is that these guys are not in the correct order. The clarinet should be playing this lower note and the oboe should be playing this higher notes. And if we violate that order by doing something like this, then it'll sound not cool, man. This one just sounds a bit more uniform. This one sounds really off. It sounds almost out of tune. That might just be Muse sounds, but also like it sounds really sharp. I mean, I keep describing it that way. What's a better way to describe it? Wrong. Just Muse score. Yes, just Muse score. Okay. Properties. Red color. This one, green color. All right. Oboe and first clarinet are playing B, so the B will stand out more. Never mind, dang. If one tone quality is to be enclosed, it must be between two different timbres. I see. So if we're writing big harmony like this, then the instrument needs to be enclosed by two different ones. I don't know why that is, but I guess we'll write examples. But before I write an example, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Hold on, maybe you guys should get some cool music while I'm gone for like 2 seconds. What do you guys want to listen to? Too bad, because I'm gonna choose for you. You get to listen to a contrapunctus too. Alright, bye. Okie dokie. Okay, this is like a super duper side tangent, but I kind of really want to get the have you heard of the Unicomp keyboard brand? I really want to get a Unicomp keyboard, and they're apparently not very cool for doing gamering because they don't have N key rollover. That is, they'll have trouble if you press any more than 2 keys on your keyboard, except for the function keys like Control and Shift. But they sound so awesome because they're based on the Model N keyboard from IBM. Alright, anyway. Here. Tone quality is enclosed. It must be between 2 different timbres. Enclosed, maybe surround. 1 tone quality with, not twith, with 2 different tone qualities. Maybe, I like tone color better. Tone quality is too long, I like tone color better. Okay, so, bold text. Tone colors. I'll just separate this for the line here. Okay, so let's see how this is going to work. So let's write a bad example first. Let's have the clarinet and flute do like a tone color thingy. Like that. No. Oh, crap. I think I'd rather have you guys be higher here, so play a G major chord. So here he lifts the bassoon and flute and bassoon and oboe. But wait, bassoon and oboe are the same color. I guess they have to be slightly different colors. Or maybe they, like... Because then this would be bad. But this would be fine. To be honest, Mr. Korsakov, I can't exactly... You're kind of losing me on this one. I can't exactly tell the difference here. Because for this one, he lists the clarinet and flute as okay, and the bassoon and oboe is okay. Because there are 2 different instruments, of course. Okay, well, I'll make a note of it anyway. Maybe I could come up with another example in which it's a little more obvious. Let's do some low harmony here with bassoons. So that's good. This is the good example. Actually, no, this is the bad example because the tone quality is the same. It's also a bassoon. So maybe like... Oh wait, but none of these instruments go that low. Okay, I'll have to lift you up to like C major or something. Like that, okay, and then I can give you to like this maybe. But that's a low oboe note. It's a low bow note. I don't want a low bow notes. Move it up to G, but even higher. Okay, this is already kind of awkward, but... Maybe like this would sound even better. Something like that, I guess. Okay. That one also sounds fine in my opinion. Okay. This high B note is kind of wacky. I guess like this, it's kind of, because this is easy to avoid. It's not I guess it's not easy to avoid, but it's easier to avoid because when you start writing instruments in such weird extreme ranges, they just sound bad. It starts going into that other rule that we had earlier where you gotta follow the order of resonance or whatever. What was it called? Order the order or register. You gotta follow that. So this is kind of like a mini version of that. Hold on. What should be the thing here? Wait, did I not have it? Did I not write a note for this? Where did that note go? Dang it, I think I accidentally deleted it. Surround one tone color with different tone colors. It was something like that. Why are you... Get out of the way of the notes. Okay. Donk. Okie dokie. Hold on, let me check something real quick on my phone. Whoa, a bunch of people are sitting in voice chat. But I'm not gonna join them because we're studying. This is a big study time right now. Hold on, give me a second, please. Okie dokie. If one tone quality is enclosed, it must be between two timbres. That's what we did. It is possible to lend 4 distinct timbres to a chord in widely divided 4-part harmony, though such a chord will possess no uniformity in color. But the higher registers of the different instruments are placed, the less perceptible becomes the space which separates them. Okay. I think what he means by this is because when instruments start to go higher in their register, when woodwinds start to go higher in their register, they start to sound more or less same-ish. They start to sound more similar. So that's why he writes here. This is like the same-ish kind of chord, but as it moves up through the registers, it will sound better because the instruments will start having more uniformity in tone. I feel like if this was performed, I feel like an old British lady would read the notes you wrote in the mic. Yeah, hold on. I'll hire like the announcer of Team Fortress 2 to read over my notes. Okay, we can just listen to this one. This one sounds really thin, but it is an open chord. Okay. The use of 4 different timbres in close 4-part harmonies to be avoided, as the respective registers will not correspond. So in widely divided 4-part harmony, the instruments more or less need to be up high in their registers. But if they are in 4-part harmony, and if they're in close harmony, then using 4 different timbres will sound really bad. Yeah, that one sounds bad. That one sounds good. Okay. Got it. And the same rules apply to writing in 3-part harmony, which is the most customary form when it is a question of establishing a harmonic basis, the lower register of which is entrusted to another group of instruments. Okay. And I like how Korsakov, instead of writing great, he writes still good. Still better. A little bit better. Okay. 3-part harmony is the most customary form when it is a question of establishing a harmonic basis. So I think what he means here is that, like, if you're writing simple dimple chords like you would on a piano, you know, that's what 3-part harmony is good for. And then, like, maybe like the bass instruments, or actually, yeah, like the instruments that play the bass note is better given to another group of instruments. Or maybe not better. Like, there's 4-part harmony, there's 3-part harmony. if you decide to write for 4-part harmony for woodwinds, then we have all these rules. But if you decide to write 3-part harmony for woodwinds, then give like the lower notes to another group of instruments. Okay, I mean, it seems a little bit obvious, but I guess you wrote it down, so whatever. Strings, arco, or pizzicato, for example. Chords in 3-part harmony are generally given to 2 instruments of one timbre and a 3rd instrument of another, but never to 3 different timbres. Overlaying of parts is the best course to adopt. Okay. So, and the use of crossing and enclosure of parts, which in a way amount to the same thing. Yeah, because there's only 3 of them. There's crossing and enclosing in 3 parts is a little, they are the same thing. Must depend on the manner of their progression. So here, again, he follows the rule of one tone quality should be dedicated to the unmoving notes and another tone quality should be dedicated to the moving notes, and that's what he's doing here. Okay, got it. And in this one, he says here like when writing for 3-part, okay, all right, this one seems a little obvious. It's the same one we had before, but I'll write this other one. In 3-part harmony, use two different tone colors. Maybe like 1 or 2 different tone colors. Are generally given to 2 instruments of one timbre and a 3rd to another. Never 3. I think this is fair to say, or a fair way to summarize that. And then I'll just add a new line in the middle here. Okay. So this would be bad, for example. Because that uses 3 different tone qualities. This would be good because it uses only 2 of them. And then let's do a lower register one here. Three-part harmony. I mean, he's writing 3-part harmony, close 3-part harmony, so I'll just adhere to what he's doing, close 3-part harmony. Or maybe like that. This is bad. That's better. That one's better. This one sounds a little weird. Oh, it's because, again, this is a Discord that we're playing. Okay, hold on. I'll edit this example then. Okay, then I guess we're gonna have to move these up if we want to get this point across. There, that's better. So this one uses 3 different tone qualities. This one only uses 2. Okay. Got it, got it. So we'll color these appropriately. Color. Red for bad. Hey, wait a minute. Go back to being black. This one good, be green. This one also good. Be green. You're bad, so be red. Okay. One of my friends in a different band period plays tenor sax, and I forgot we had on our school until we came to play an exercise we were supposed to play in front of our teacher. Uh-oh. Oh, I put the wrong bar line here. I'm sure they did spectacularly. Okay. Woodwinds and threes. Here the distribution of chords in 3-part harmony is self-evident, Any grouping of 3 instruments of the same timbre is sure to sound well. That's kind of what we had here. So 3 flutes, 3 oboes, 3 clarinets, 3 bassoons. They all sound good. We can just listen to them here. And apparently he also lists these guys, which are, there's the piccolo flutes and the flutes. There's the contralto flute. I think that's what it's supposed to say. Contralto flute and the flutes. And the coringle. Or the English horn and the oboes. And the piccolo clarinets and normal clarinet. Although I don't see why a normal clarinet couldn't just play that high G, but whatever. Okay, cool. And then this one is just clarinets and bass clarinet and bassoons and contrabassoon. Okay. Overlaying of parts is the best method to follow in writing close 4-part harmony. 3 instruments of the same timbre with a 4th instrument of another. Okay, I see. I fully biasedly think you should add contralto clarinet. Wow. At least you admit you're biased. That's better than most people. Okay. So what needs to happen is what we've been writing so far. For like something like this. I guess this isn't close harmony. Which one of these is close harmony? Like your close harmony. Your open harmony. C alto means contralto. Does that mean Stravinsky wanted for contralto flute instead? I assume that's what C alto means. What else would the C mean? Coca-Cola? Like it's I don't know. Okay. So in 4-part harmony. Wait, didn't you have like something? I think it was this that like here. Where for 4-part harmony, it's better to dedicate 1 tone quality to these stationary voices. But also he says here that for close 4-part harmony, it's better if we have 3 instruments of the same timbre and 1 instrument of another timbre. But he did say earlier something like instruments in pairs. Where the heck did he say that? Here. Harmonic writing for woodwind may be considered from 2 points of view. Instruments in pairs, here, and instruments in 3s. But then he's like also saying, hold on, here. Where the heck? Where was I? Here. There's also another way. 3 instruments in the same timbre and 4 instruments in another. So when writing close 4-part harmony, in close 4-part harmony, it is best to overlay 3 voices of 1 tone color with maybe instead of overlay, combine with 1 voice of another tone color. Okay, so like he would say something like he doesn't really give examples as to what his bad here. Something like this. Maybe we can just have this one be like, still, it's not bad. Actually, you know, I'll just keep the format. I'm not going to break the format here for this. I'll call you Goody Gumdrops, and you're very bad. And also, if we have like or actually, hold on. This would also be equally good. Something like this. Like that. Maybe, yeah, this is why overlay I think he means, because we could enclose. Because this could also be the case if we did something like this. But again, this would violate that rule that we set earlier that discords need to be played in different tone colors, so I'll just keep the overlay part, but this is also good. And there is a fourth here, but whatever, I can't always have my cake and eat it too. That's good. That's also good. This one's the bad one. Well, it's not bad, but it's worse. And then I'll have a bassoon one, I guess. Something like... I haven't had any minor chords yet. So we'll have you, oh my gosh. Like that. That's not, actually I'll let you go higher. That's okay-ish, but it would be better if instead we had like this, or if we had this. Okay, let me color these appropriately. Okay, so this is not too super good because these have two different, there are two, how do I explain this? In 4-part harmony, half the notes are dedicated to one tone color and half the notes are dedicated to another tone color. That's inferior to having 3 voices with one tone color and 1 voice with a different one. So this, that's not good. That's better. And that's also better. Okay. I'm also gonna need more measures. Add like 100 measures. Bang! Okay. I still haven't used these bottom ones because all we've been doing is going through the 3-part harmony, not the 3-part harmony, we've been going through the woodwind ones. We'll get to the brass section later. Okay. The method of using 3 instruments of the same timbre in widely divided 3-part harmony is inferior. Okay. So widely dividing these is bad. This is better than this. And this is better than this. Okay. So in open, what, 3-part harmony? Open 3-part harmony. Using of the same tone color is bad. I'll just say bad instead of inferior. That seems a little too fluffy. I'm just gonna be frank and call it bad. It's bad. Don't do it. So if we have like that's no good. That would be better. Maybe let's do clarinets. And then well, Does he mean like because he uses the word timbre instead of tone quality here. I don't know if he means the same thing as tone quality. Because you see here, he's using clarinets and bassoons, which are different timbres. Called the piccolo clarinet, the small clarinets. True. Small. He did call that in his big book thing. His big table. What in tarnation? Oh, Connor posted some weird images. Okay. Yeah, because he used tone quality before, the words tone quality, to describe different instruments. So clarinets and flutes are of a different tone quality. But by timbre, does he mean different tone quality, or is timbre something different? Like you could, like I'm thinking like maybe is Korsakov saying flute and clarinet have different tone quality, but they have similar timbre. And then the same for likewise for the oboe family. The bassoon and oboe have different tone quality, but they have similar timbre. Are they the same or are they like different? I don't know. I guess just for like consistency though, I'll keep them in different places. And then I'll have a like a lower harmony version of this. So I'll have the same chord, I guess. Okay, that's better than this. Okay. So let's add our colors here. Bad. Oh, I forgot to do the sharps. Bad sharps. These are good. Okay. The chord sounds like something you'd hear at the end of a romantic era orchestral piece. You're never gonna guess when Rimsky-Korsakov was alive. He is one of the is he romantic, or is he does he technically count as a contemporary? I think he's a romantic era composer. Oh man, I'm gonna look really dumb if this is not true. Rimsky-Korsakov was a Russian composer. That doesn't help. To 1908. Yeah, that's the romantic period, right? Yeah, I'm gonna say it is. Made a fantasy-like piece again. Sounds a lot like me. I feel like all I can write is fantasy-sounding nonsense, but oh well. Not like it sounds bad, it's just I just happen to keep writing it. But if the third instrument is of a lower register, the resonance will be satisfactory. Ah, so what he means is like, even if these instruments have the same timbre, if it's like one of these special instruments, like the special instruments by he means the bass flute, the English horn, the bass clarinet, or contra bassoon, it'll be okay anyway because of reasons. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I won't write that because I don't have those in here. Bass flute mentioned. Yeah. The bass full, the eng horn, the bass col, or the kafaj, and chords of four-part harmony, three instruments of the same timbre should be combined with, or not close four-part, in chords of four-part harmony. Three instruments of the same timbre should be considered combined with a fourth instrument of a number. So, okay, I think we kind of already have that here. Well, that's kind of what this is, right? 4-part harmony through instrument in the same timbre should be combined with the fourth of his mother. I mean, he said for close 4-part harmony, but I guess this extends to just normal 4-part harmony. Okay. Then... oh my gosh, look at all those notes. Harmony in several parts. Writing in chords of 5, 6, 7, and 8-part harmony, whether they are independent or constitute the harmonic basis, the student should follow the principles outlined in the previous chapter, dealing with the progression of woodwind instruments in the octaves. As the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th notes are only duplications in octaves of lower notes of the real harmony in 4 parts, instruments should be chosen which combine amongst themselves to give the best octaves. Okay, so I think what he means is that when you're writing harmony for 6, 7, 8 voices, what's gonna happen is that you're gonna notice that when you write chords, like an 8 voice chord, you're gonna notice it's just gonna be like 4-part harmony twice. You're gonna have 4-part harmony in the lower register and 4-part harmony in the higher register, and they're gonna be more or less the same. I think that's what he's saying here. So like if you like build a big old chord, like a big C major chord, there are going to be a lot of C's and E's and G's, all right? Like you can have some extra notes in there, but for the most part, those are the notes you're going to be seeing throughout the whole spectrum of instruments going from low to high. So the process of crossing and enclosure of parts may also be used. Woodwinds in pairs, close distribution. Okay. So when you're writing for lots of these, let's look at this chord here. This is just the C major chord in the lower and higher octaves. But it says here, instruments should be chosen which combine amongst themselves to give the best octaves. So like, that goes to something here, that the octaves should use similar tone colors. So for example here, he's using the oboe and bassoon to give the similar tone quality here, and then the clarinet and flute have similar tone quality here, and then they also have a similar tone quality here for the G's. Okay. I guess that makes sense. And then let's look at another chord here. Using clarinets and octaves here because octaves sound good with similar tone colors. This is enclosing of parts, so using 2 bassoons here for that have similar tone colors and using them in thirds. And in here he's doubling this B and D with the oboes, and since the oboe and bassoons have similar tone colors, they will combine amongst themselves to give the best octaves. Okay, so how do I say that in like a shorter, snappier sentence? And harmony of more than 4 voices. Notes played in octaves should use similar tone qualities. I think that's how many have more than 4 voices. Notes played in octaves should use similar tone qualities, which combine in themselves to give the best octaves. Okay, that's kind of the same thing that I said. Okay. I hope at least. So like something like this. You guys have similar tone actually I'll do it like this. You guys have similar tone quality, so you should be playing in octaves. And then you guys have similar tone quality, so you should be playing in octaves. So you're a good example. Hold on. No, I accidentally deleted that. I want a good example and I want a bad example. So that's a good example. So let's make it so the octaves don't have a similar tone quality, like this, I guess. Dang it, no, I want to write an E in the bassoon, idiots. There you go. So you have different tone quality. And then you have different tone quality. And you have different tone quality. So this is bad. Well, it's bad for a variety of reasons. Actually, now that I look at this is an abomination. What the heck? So yeah, this chord is bad for a multitude of reasons. First of all, this fourth is a discord, and therefore should not be played on instruments of the same tone quality. So they're both being played by a clarinet. So this fourth will sound really bad. There's that. And also the natural order of the registers is being violated here. The flute is below the oboe, which is funky. And then here, the new rule that we learned. Move this up. The notes played in octaves should use similar tone qualities. So here the oboe and the not the oboe, the bassoon and the clarinet are in different qualities, which is bad. The flute and the bassoon are also playing in different tone qualities, which is bad. And the oboe and the clarinet are playing in different tone qualities, which is bad. So I see. That's bad. That's better. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Let's right, color. Oh wait, deselects this, okay? Bad. Good. Okay. Goody gumdrops, and can I close this stupid, there we go. Let's write another one in lower chords. Let's write like a, I don't know, what have we not used yet? How about something wacky? Actually, no. I was gonna do like, what about like G sharp major? No, we should keep it simple. So we have, or maybe like we'll have like a G minor chord. Maybe we haven't had anything like that yet. So we'll have G, and let's write the good chord first. So you being played in octaves. You're super far apart though. But I wanted a low. We'd need like an English horn if we wanted to imitate this low notes. Okay, that's fine, I guess. We'll have like this. Or maybe like that, yes. And then you can play like that maybe. And then the middle voices. So this G is being played in big octaves. Maybe get rid of that there. You're being played in octaves of similar tone quality, and you're being played in octaves of similar tone quality. That's a good sounding chord. And a bad sounding chord would be like if the bassoon played this and then you played this. So you guys are already immediately of different tone quality, and then we played the harmony using like, oh crap, like that. So this would be played by like a flute, and this would be played like this. So you're a different tone quality, you're a different tone quality, and you're a different tone quality. Of course, again, the clarinets are playing a discord, that's bad, and the oboe is above the flute, which is not good. Not good. Much better. Okay. Good, 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 good. Properties. Red. Grr, bad. Green. Yippee. Good. Okay. Awesome. And then let's keep moving. In widely divided harmony, chords in several parts are to be avoided. as they will entail both close and extended writing. What? Chords in several parts are to be avoided. Okay, so I think what he means is that in open harmony, try not to write chords with too many voices. They'll entail both close. Oh, I think what he means here is that if you write widely divided notes in a chord, but then you write it in many parts, then somehow you're going to write both close and open harmony. So you can see here, even though these chords are all like widely divided, these two notes here are playing in close harmony, whereas everything else is playing in open harmony. And then like writing for that is going to be really tricky because you're going to try to follow the rules of both open and close harmony at the same time. That just doesn't work. Okay, I see. I don't really know if I can give like a good and bad example for that, but that's just good to know. In the majority of cases, this distribution is employed when the two upper harmonic parts have a special melodic duty to perform. This question is discussed above. Woodwind in threes. So this is again close harmony being doubled and stuff. So this is just a nice overlaying. So is this. Might as well listen to it. Okay, and we have others here. That's a beautiful chord. Oh, that's a massive chord. How many notes is that? 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12 notes. Awesome. 12-part harmony. That's crazy. Overlaying of parts is the most satisfactory method in dealing with close 3-part harmony. A crossing of parts is not so favorable, as octaves will be produced contrary to the natural order of register. Okay, that makes sense. Here, this arrangement is bad. Yeah, the B, yeah, that's bad. Okay, got it. Duplication of timbres. If the woodwind is in pairs, it is a good plan to mix the double timbres as much as possible. What does he mean by that? The woodwind is in pairs. So we have, yeah, 2 oboes, 2 flutes, 2 clarinets. It is good to mix the doubled timbres as much as possible. Okay. So we have multiple voices going on here. 6 instruments, no, yeah, 6 players, 3 different instruments. But the doubled timbres, what do you mean by doubled timbres? What's he doing here? Oboes and clarinets. I think what he means is like, what does he mean by this? The woodwind is in pairs. It is a good plan to mix the double timbres as much as possible. And then he gives examples here. The oboes are doubling with the clarinets, and then the flutes is kind of doing its own thing. And the second example here, the oboes are doubling with the flutes. And then in the third example here, the oboes are doubling with both the flutes and the clarinets, and the flutes are doubling with the clarinets, which he labels as excellent, by the way, is excellent. Okay, so what he means, I'm trying to like say this, like explain this back to myself so I understand what he means. If the woodwind is in pairs, so there are pairs of woodwind instruments, it's good to mix the double timbres. Mix the doubled timbres. What the heck does he mean by doubled timbres? So I guess, oh, I think maybe what he's saying here is that, let me write, like, because he doesn't give a bad example, so it's hard to tell what he means, what is wrong. But I think what he means is, in pairs of woodwinds, double tone colors as much as possible. Or maybe instead of double, mix tone colors as much as possible. It's better to mix them together instead of to, Okay, so I think what he means here is that this is bad, right? This is better because these two tone colors are mixing. Here, none of the tone colors are mixing. And this one, some of the tone colors are mixing. And then I guess we'll just give like another good example. Something like, or actually, well, we did something like this, yeah. Actually, no, that would violate order a bit. So this is good. This is bad. Yeah, that one sounds really bad, actually. That sounds horrible. That's better. That one also sounds fine. So label you guys as good. And label you guys as bad. Appearance red. Okay. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. And of course, I'll write one more example. I'd like to have at least 2 examples for each of these. Just, you know, because they're notes. We'll have bassoons here do the same-ish thing. So something like, I want to write an example that's a little more obtuse. Go back to the mix of double tone brush as much as possible. Like maybe like. Okay, I'll just relegate it to that. So like this. That ain't no good, but this. Is better. Ah, okay, got it, got it, got it. That does sound a lot better. So what's happening here is that these tone colors aren't really mixing together. Because this flute is just, not flute, this clarinet is just playing this note here, and this bassoon is just kind of doing this thing. Or maybe like, an example that would be more obvious is if I did this. That kind of goes with the first rule though. But yeah, you know what I mean. Okay, so we'll mark you as bad. Bad chord. Go back to timeout. Oh, you're a good chord. You get a piece of candy. Alright, epic. Alright, what's next? In chords of 4-part harmony, the classical method may be adopted. So the classical method, what does he mean by that? I don't know what he means by classical method. Maybe it's just like having one instrument, one tone color doubled for each of them. Like this one's doubled, or something like, I don't know, man. In this case, though the high C in the flute is fairly powerful, the resonance of G and E in the oboes is softened by the duplication of the second flute and first clarinets. Okay, while the C in the second clarinet, not doubled, is feeble in comparison with the other notes. In any case, the 2 extreme parts are the thinnest and weakest in tone, the intermediate parts are the fullest and strongest. Okay, so I think what he's saying is like, let me reread this again. In this case, though, the high C in the flute is fairly powerful. The resonance of G and E in the oboes is softened by the duplication of the second flute and first clarinet, while the C in the second clarinets is feeble in comparison with the other notes. In any case, the two extreme parts are the thinnest and weakening tone. Parts are the fullest and strongest. So he's saying, like, although this high C in the flute is theoretically the most powerful and the low C in the clarinet is theoretically the weakest, because the C, not the C, the G and the E in the middle here, so you have the G and the E here, they're being doubled. They're a lot more full, and then therefore they're the fullest and strongest, and this is a classical method. I don't know. He doesn't really say why it's good, but woodwinds and threes. Admit a perfectly balanced mix of timbres of chords and three-part harmony. Okay, that's kind of what we did here. Something like this. This is just a bit simpler. These timbres may even originate from threefold duplication. Whoa! 3 fulls, 3 obs, and 3 culls. Awesome. Modern orchestrators do not allow any void in the intermediate parts. Do not allow any void in the intermediate parts in writing close harmony. It was permitted in some extent by the classics. Okay. Yeah, I think what he says here is that when you're writing close harmony, but you're like, you know, you're writing close harmony with multiple notes, like 8-part close harmony. Modern orchestrators don't like to omit notes here. Like, notice how this D is omitted from this G chord, and what chord is this? Is also G. This B is omitted from this G chord. Modern orchestrators don't like this, but the classical composers are okay with this. So these empty spaces create a bad effect, especially in forte passages. For this reason, widely divided harmony, which is fundamentally based on the extension of intervals, fair enough, can be used but seldom and only in piano passages. Close writing is okay, interesting. So what he's saying is that, like, leaving gaps in harmony of many voices, I should just specify, of greater than 4 voices, is only suitable in piano dynamics. Maybe just say good instead of suitable. Try to make it in layman's terms. Okay, so right here, like, so something like this. Actually, no. Let me restart writing this chord. Hold on, I'm trying not to violate any rules here, but I think I got a review here. Harmony of more than 4 voices, notes played in octave should use similar tone qualities. Yes, okay. Because I'm going to try to write a chord here for many voices. So what needs to happen here is that these notes gotta use, like, this. And then, like, the other voices should be filled in by, again, notes of similar tone quality, so like that is good. It's a good chord, but now let's remove one of the voices. So that's bad. But if I put these all in piano, it's okay. Like, that's bad. That's permissible. And maybe we'll have 2 examples here. Dang it, what the heck? So instead, we left a voice out here, this B voice here. It's bad to leave out this voice here. When played in forte passages, it's better if we just fill in that voice, but if we want to leave out that voice, it has to be in a piano passage like this. Piano as in the dynamic and not the instruments. Okay. And of course, I'll write one more example here. Bar line. Let's write an example in the higher register. Okay, so like... how the heck? No, that won't sound any good. Okay, let's make this a minor chord for giggles. Awesome. This one, and then let's copy this here. Let's omit one of the voices here. Let's get rid of this A. The oboe isn't even playing here, it seems, but either way, same rule applies, I guess. This is a bad. Let me reapply the rest here. This is good, and this would be okay if it was played in piano. Let me add the dynamics first. Hold on, you all need to be green. So that's bad. That's better. And that's okay. Okay. Good to know. Alright, what else here? As a general rule, a chord of greatly extended range, oh my goodness, look at that, and in several parts is distributed according to the order of the natural scale, with wide intervals, octaves and sixths in the bass part, and lesser intervals, fifths and fourths in the middle, and close intervals in the upper register. Okay, so this is just following like the harmonic series. I wonder if he has a chart of the harmonic series here. Hold on. Whoa, math. That's not what we want. We want a harmonic series in music theory. It's a little bit different. I mean, it's the same, but it's different. But it's also the same, but it's actually different. Okay, well, this not really help. This doesn't really help. It'd be better if they all combine into one chord, which I guess is exactly what he's doing here. Yeah, so like down here, octaves are good, and then like in the upper part of the bass clef, I guess is the way I would put that. In the upper part of the bass clef, it's okay if we have fifths and fourths. So we have a fifth here, we have a fourth here. I guess within the bass clef. So in this part of the bass clef, it's good to have fifths and fourths. Below that, you can only have octaves, and above that you can have some thirds and stuff. Got it. In many cases, the correct progression of parts demands that one of them should be temporarily doubled. In such cases, the ear is reconciled to the brief overthrow of balance for the sake of a single part, and is thankful for the logical accuracy of the progression. Okay, so I think what he's saying is that sometimes, because of the way harmony rules are, sometimes the notes will overlap each other. So you see here he's saying these notes are overlapping each other. And the chord on its own, if you hear this chord on its own, it'll sound really unbalanced because these two instruments, obviously it will violate the first rule here. No doubling of the same instruments. Or maybe no doubling of the same voice, but either way, you'll hear that voice a lot more. But it's okay if it's within a progression because the ear is reconciled to the brief overthrow of balance. The ear will hear this unbalance of the chord, but it'll be okay because the note will have followed its natural progression in the four-part harmony rules, and that progression, the following of those rules, outweighs the rule, like it outrules the rule. It takes over. It's better that you follow four-part harmony rules than if you just have a single doubled note. That's okay, as long as it's like just in passing. Okay, hopefully I articulated that. Formation of the harmonic basis, which is essentially in four parts, does not mean any devolve upon the woodwind alone. One of the parts is often devoted to the strings. More frequently, the bass part is repeated separately. Chords of greater value in the three upper, parts allotted to the woodwind. Okay. Then if the upper part is assigned to a group of strings, there remains nothing for the wind except the sustained harmony in the two middle parts. What? In the first case, the three... harmony in the woodwind should form an independent whole. First case, the three harmony should have a whole saving no system from the bass. In this manner, intervals of open fourths and fifths will be obviated. In the second case, it's desirable to move the intermediate parts with a moderately full tone, choosing no other intervals except seconds, sevenths, thirds, or sixths. Okay. Whoa. All has been said with regard to blah blah blah. Man, I really don't like these big paragraphs. All that has been said with regard to the use of the woodwind in formation of harmony and the division of simple and mixed timbres applies with equal force to sustained chords. The shark has arrived. Yippee. All that has been said with regard to the use of the woodwind in formation of harmony and the division of simple and mixed timbres applies with equal force to sustain chords. Why are we making music? This is the study portion. These are the notes that I've been taking while reading this over what's good and what's bad about writing chords. So this whole thing has been about how to write chords goodly. So we have a lot of rules here, and we've only done the woodwind so far. I think brass is next, and then after that is like brass and strings or whatever. Okay. Harmony and the brass. Here we go. Here, as in the woodwind, part writing should be of the close order with no empty spaces in the intervals. Okay, fair enough. It is evident that the quartet of horns presents every facility for four-part harmony perfectly balanced in tone without doubling the bass in octaves. Okay. What do you mean? It is evident that the quartet of every facility for four-part harmony without doubling, but you did double the bass in octaves. You have a C and a C here. What does he mean without doubling? It is evident that every facility would perfectly but you did do that. You did that in every example. Except this one, I think. He doesn't have another E. Okay. In the diagrams of the present section, the actual sounds of horns and trumpets are given in the piano score for the sake of simplicity. Yeah, fair enough. So concert pitch is what he's saying. When it is found necessary to double the bass in octaves, the two resonant trombone and tuba are seldom used. Okay. So what I think he means here is that he's just doing normal 4-part harmony here. Like, yes, the bass note is doubled, but regardless, it's still 4-part harmony. However, when you're doubling the bass in the octaves, yeah, like this is your chord. This is your normal chord. And then doubling the bass is when you take the bass note of this and then move it even further down. So when it is found necessary to double the bass in octaves, the two resonant trombone and tuba are seldom used, duplication being affected by bassoons. Okay. The quartet of trombones and tuba is not often employed in close 4-part harmony. That's interesting. Quartet of trombones and tuba is not often employed in close 4-part harmony. Their trombone and tuba usually form the bass in octaves, and the 3 upper parts are generally allotted to the 2 remaining trombones, reinforced by a trumpet or horns units, and asked to obtain a perfect balance of tone. Okay, so what I think, this part is different than this part. These guys are part of the same paragraph. This is something completely different. I think what he's saying here is that if you're writing 4-part harmony with horns and you want to double the bass, like for example, you have this 4-part harmony chord here and you want this bass to stand out more, if you want to write like a lower C here, you don't use the trombone and tuba because they're too resonant. It's better to do that duplication with the bassoon, which he will explain further on. Who knows? Okay, so let's move over to the brass section here. Oh wait, I forgot the horn. Horn. There, man, I'm a dum-dum. There. Why is the horn above the trumpet? That doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. I think the horn is above the trumpet in orchestra, but I think the trumpet's above the horn in concert bands. Maybe I'm getting that wrong. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, so if you have 4-part harmony, brings together the wind. I just forgot to put it in. I actually just forgot. In 4-part harmony for horns, the bass is doubled by bassoons. Not making a song. No, I'm writing notes. Not by other brasses, I'll say. I'll put this here. Horn is above the trumpet because it's considered a woodwind and brass bridge. Yeah, you know it's a better woodwind and brass bridge? The saxophone. But no, they're not people. The romantic composers and contemporary composers like, no, we don't like saxophones. I don't like those green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Yeah. Woodwind bridges. I know, like, saxophones are newer instruments, but yeah. Maybe I'll add saxophones to my thing after I rewrite my chords and all that. Okay. So, like I took here from Mr. Korsakov, the bass is doubled by the bassoons, not by the 2 resonant trombone and tuba. So for the whole thing, I've been writing like bad and good chords. So I'm gonna write good chords here. Here, horns. Let's have a nice 4-part harmony chord. Let's have an A minor chord maybe. Something like that. And the tuba doubling the bass is no good. Bad. Actually, let's just put it in trombone, I guess. And let's put you guys at forte. Actually, if I put you at forte, then you're not really going to be able to hear the bassoon. I guess I'll just have you guys play in piano. That's no good. Oh, whoopsies. It's better instead of this doubling is done by the... Excuse me, by the bassoon. I mean, I don't know about you, the bassoon sounds a lot more resonant than that trombone, but maybe at forte. Let's put you guys at forte. Try this. Okay. I guess this note has to be up here then. But that does look a little ugly. Although, I guess if I go to page view here, and then I go to... What was it? Like style? And then... Hide empty save. Oh my gosh! Empty saves within systems. Yeah. This looks a little funky. Hold on. I think like it'd be cool if I could publish this as like a PDF or something, or like JPEG images, so I can have these as like a frame of reference, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like breaks here. Break. Hey, why aren't you guys being hidden? Oh wait, I think, hold on, I need to do style. There. Do that. Do that. I guess I can just maybe select each of these and give them a break. No, it doesn't look like that, unfortunately. Dang it. Why not? Okay, we'll do this either way. Just so we have a nice frame of reference here. Okay. Yeah, so no doubling the same instruments, blah blah blah. And then I'll have two more measures here of stuff, so something like this would be... Why are the flutes... Oh, because the flutes are the ones taking the text. That doesn't make any sense at all. How do I change that? Let me copy this text first before I make any changes. The flute shouldn't have that text there. Go back to continuous view. Maybe have this be not system text. Yeah, system text, not staff text. System text. It was staff text before. Now if I make it system text, there's just a v-score thing. Like that. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that looks better. I won't have to do that for the other ones, but from now on I'll have to do system text instead of staff text. Okay. Blah. There you go. Goody gumdrops. Let's go back here. And so make this smaller. So the bass is doubled by bassoons and not other brass. Where did all of the other instruments go? Dang it. Stupid MuseScore. Turn that off. But we'll have to turn that back on when we like actually finish this. But I guess for now we'll just focus on taking notes and we can make it look nice later. So it's better for them to be, the bass to be doubled by the bassoon and not the trombone. Let's try the same thing but for tuba. And then the horn here. Okay, I'm actually just gonna, where's the clef? Put here as in bass clef. It's gonna make it easier for me to read. Like that. And then dynamics, doink doink. Okay, it's better instead if I take this chord and double this note in the bassoon instead. So bassoon is better for doubling the horns. Okay, well they sound weirdly similar to me, man. I mean, I did lower actually the sound of the brass just to have them be the same-ish, but let's try this. I mean, it's a little hard to hear the difference in MuseScore, but I think like in like an actual orchestral setting, the difference would be immediately noticeable. But in MuseScore, it's a little hard to tell. With IRL simulated sounds, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, because the trombone and tuba project far more than the bassoon, right? In an actual like stage setting, the difference would be a lot more noticeable. But using these simulated sounds, it's a little hard to tell. It was easier to tell here with these guys because they had like timbres. I feel like this is more of a projection difference. But, you know, either way, I'll still mark it down. So... I'll mark you guys as red. Bad, don't do this. And then you guys are super cool and epic. Yes, good, do these. Okay, I'll switch you guys back to treble clef. Okay. Good, good, good. The quartet of trombones and tuba, so 3 trombones and tuba, that's the quartet, is not often employed in close 4-part harmony. The 3rd trombone and tuba usually form the bass in octaves, and the 3 upper parts are generally allotted to the 2 remaining trombones, reinforced by a trumpet or 2 horns in unison so as to obtain a perfect balance of tone. Okay, so what he's saying here is that when you have 3 trombones and a tuba, usually the 3rd trombone and the tuba are making the bass. So here in each example, they're making the bass. So this is a nice C major chord. And then the upper 2 parts are like the upper 2 parts of the chord are being played by the trombones. And they're reinforced by a trumpet or 2 horns in unison. Okay, so let's look at the example here. So he has these guys doubled in octaves. That's 1 trombone and the tuba playing in octaves. And then the upper parts of the chord, you know, G and E, are being played by the trombone. And the rest of the harmony is being helped out by 2 horns here. I see. So, and then here, again, doubled in octaves, the trombone and the tuba. And then the upper voices are being given to the trombone, and in the middle, and all the remaining voices are being helped out by 2 horns. I guess also this means 1 trumpet. Is that supposed to, I mean, it's supposed to be like another trombone. Okay, whatever. But anyway. Okay, so yeah, what he's saying here is, this is going to be kind of a long paragraph, but in 4-part harmony for trombones and tuba, the 3rd trombone and tuba form the bass in octaves, and other trombones fill out the harmony, supported by another brass instruments. Okay, I think that's fair to say. And then let's make this small. So that's a big paragraph, but that's okay. They're just notes. Notes as in like I'm taking notes so I can study them later, not like notes as in musical notes. Okay. So when we're playing with trombones here, where's G here? Or actually no. He also said that close 4-part harmony, it's not often employed. And I'll write in parentheses here, usually open 4-part harmony. So not close harmony, but open harmony. So bass, like that. That's good. And then again, open harmony like this. And then like, for example, this G note will be helped out by a horn. Or two horns, because if the horn is quieter than these guys, but you know, you get the idea. Okay, better. And then usually I follow this up with a bad example, so, or precede it with a bad example. So a bad example of this would be like, I guess I'll have the you playing the bass again, but like, you guys, how would I violate this rule? Have them not form the bass in octaves, I guess, like this. Something like this. Oh, whoopsies. So this would be bad and this would be better. Because there's no bass being doubled here. And you guys are playing more or less in close harmony. This is better. Okay, so let me reiterate that. Oh, whoopsies. It's good, it's better if we have the third trombone and the tuba doubling in octaves, which in this one it's not. And it's usually better for the quartet of trombones and tuba to be playing in open harmony, not close harmony. So these, the trombones are playing in close harmony. So that ain't no good. Hold on. Red mobile. Grr, red, angry. This one, green for awesome. Green. Make it green. Stop giving me the spinning wheel. Just make it green. Please. What? Unbelievable. Hi, is the MuseScore experience. Just crashed when I tried to change the color. Luckily I'm a chronic saver, so it should be a-okay. Yeah. There we go. Make sure to save here. And then bar lines. I'll have one more example of this. So like we'll have a good chord actually. This good chord will be over here, so you guys will be doubled in here. Actually, I'll just write the same chord if I do that. So let's write like an inverted chord. Let's write like a C major chord instead. Like that, and then let's have like actually if I fill in this middle voice, that'll be like a lot of G in the chord. Yeah, that sounds really unstable because of that G. You know what? Oh crap, where am I? C. C router. And then this C can be supported by a trumpet. Something about that feels kind of empty. Maybe you could have the horn fill in this low E here. Ah, crap. No, I wanted to fill in the horn, Dumbo. Not the trumpets. Like that. That's probably better. So like a bad example of this would be like... That's not good. Okay, so this is not good because I mean, I kind of wrote it the same as this, but even though the bass is being doubled in octaves, the trombones are playing in close harmony, and that's not very good. It's better if the trombones are in open harmony with the extra voices filling in like the gaps. That's better. This is... You can immediately tell that does sound a lot more hollow when the trombones are playing in close harmony. I'm curious, actually. I'm gonna make you guys play in piano and see what that sounds like. That's a little hard to tell. This one is quite easy to tell. This one's much better. Okay, good. I'll keep you in forte though. So you're not bad. Color red, green. Awesome. Okay, and excuse me, give me a second, please. Okay, so let's keep on moving. Blah blah blah. I've often adopted the following combination of brass instruments and consider it eminently satisfactory. 2 horns and tuba to form the bass and octaves, the 3 other parts given to trombones. Okay, so this is something that Rimsky-Korsakov prefers. Tuba, horns, 3 trombones. So that's his preferred thing. I'm not really going to note it down. In the higher registers, a 4-part harmony, of which the 2 upper parts are given to the trumpets, may be completed by trombones or 4 horns in pairs. Okay. When 3 trumpets are available, the 4th part should be allotted to 1 trombone or 2 horns in unison. Okay, fair enough. So that's basically this rule again. Enclosure of parts may be used in single chords or in progression. Okay, so the horns here are being enclosed by the trombones, and the trombones here are being enclosed by the horns, or in progression. So here, this is kind of like the example we had before, back here, where we have to dedicate 1 tone color to stationary voices and dedicate another tone color to moving voices. And that's kind of what he did here. One tone color is dedicated to horns, another is dedicated to trombones. So here the stationary notes are dedicated to trombones, and the moving ones are dedicated to horns, and vice versa here. Okay, got it. So this rule basically just applies to brass as well. Fair enough. The best combination is trombones, horns, or trumpets in 3s. If the instruments are mixed, the number of horns should be doubled. Okay, so if you write in 3-part harmony, the best combination of brass instruments is just all of them together. But if they mix them, then if you use horns, you need to double the amount of horns. Okay, fair enough. So that's kind of, again, like we had already with the woodwinds. So I'll just keep those notes. Writing in several parts. When the whole group is used, the number of horns should be doubled. You said that already. In 7, 6, or 5-part harmony, certain instruments must be certain instruments must be omitted. What do you mean certain instruments must be omitted? Why? So tuba, horn, trumpet. What does he mean by they must be omitted? Why? Why must they be omitted? Trying to see what he means here. Like, these two are kind of similar-ish. So this is doubling an octave. This is kind of like we had before. The horns are making this part, and the trombones playing the high... Oh, not trombone. The trumpets playing the high notes. Here, he doesn't list one of these as better or worse. This is the same chord, but instead just 3 trumpets playing it instead of horns playing it. I don't think that's what he means by must be omitted. Otherwise, I think he would note here good and bad like he has for the other passages before. But here, These are all like the same. These are all the same chord, just written different ways. But what does he mean certain instruments must be omitted? He's not omitting any of the instruments. There's still tuba, trombone, horn, and trumpets. Man, that's an interesting example of how all these of how replacing the instruments a bunch makes it sound different. Even though they're all brass instruments, they do sound different, and I think it's mostly the horns that are causing this change. Yeah, the horns definitely mellow out a brass chord a bit, which is interesting. I guess not in forte passages. I think in forte passages it would blend in kind of well, but otherwise, not really. Okay. I'm not sure what he means by this. I don't know what he means certain instruments must be omitted. It doesn't look like he's omitting any instruments. It's hard for me to say. Discords of the 7th or 2nd are preferably entrusted to instruments of different tone color. Okay. So if you write like hold on, let's add this text here. Seconds and sevenths are better in instruments of in brasses, I should say, of different in different brass instruments are better played by different brass instruments. By 2 different brass instruments. Just to make it clear what I mean. So like something like this. And I'll have you guys play in piano. That's not good. It would be better if it was like this. Actually, no. Swap these around, sorry. What if you guys were playing forte? Okay, I guess I'll just keep it as forte for consistency. Okay, so I'm gonna mark you as green. Or no, red. And you guys as green. You did write a bunch of examples here. Okay. And maybe like, let's copy his example a little bit of a 7th chord. Okay. Maybe 2 horns. And instead of this, this is better because these 2 notes are being played by instruments of the same color here, which is not so good. Although I did say earlier that trombones are better in open harmony, but whatever. Seconds and sevenths, they're better played by instruments of different colors. Like here, we have them being played by different colors here instead of this where they're playing by the same colors. Kind of hard to hear that. Let's just put this in trumpet instead. The D is sounding a bit too much. Maybe the horn is just too loud on my side. I can turn it down a tiny bit. Okay, well, either way, the rule applies. Anywho, let's add colors appropriately. Green. Add the bar lines. Okie dokie. Okay. When such chords are written for an orchestra which only includes 2 trumpets, it is impossible for the horns to proceed in pairs. Why? In such cases, the following arrangement may obtain, the horns being marked as 1 degree louder than the other instruments to secure balance of tone. Okay, I guess he's saying, like, if you're trying to make a big chord and you don't have enough instruments and the horns are having to fill in all this stuff, the horns have to play louder so that it can keep up with the rest of the heavy brass instruments. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Duplication in the brass. Duplication in brass screws is more frequently affected by placing a chord for horns side by side with the same chord written for trumpets or trombones. The soft round quality of the horns intensifies the tone and moderates the penetrating timbre of the trumpets and trombones. Okay. Similar juxtaposition of trumpets and trombones. It's not so common as it unites the 2 most powerful agents in the group. Okay, fair enough. So this kind of chord isn't very common because the trumpets and the trombones are super strong. They project super well, and they're very, very resonant. So putting them together will create the most resonant sound ever. It's more often that you mediate those resonant sounds with the horns, I think is what he's saying. So that's fair enough, I guess. How'd I do that here? I guess there's no wrong way to do that. There's just another technique. In handling an orchestra, the brass is frequently employed to sustain notes in 2 or 3 octaves. The sphere of activity must not be ignored. Okay. Frequently employed to sustain notes in 2 or 3 octaves. So I guess what he's saying is, like, the brass section is usually the one that is playing big octaves. I guess he did just say that, but I said it a bit simpler. The sphere of activity is being ignored. The tenuto is generally given to 2 trumpets, or 2 to 4 horns, 2 or 4 horns in the octave and double octaves. Okay, so if a note is being sustained in octaves, it's just given to horns or trumpets. Fair enough, I guess. The octave is sometimes formed by trumpets and horns acting together. Trombone, with its ponderous tone, rarely takes part in such combinations. Sustained notes in double octaves are usually apportioned thus. Okay, so if you have doubled octave notes, so you have C here, low C, middle C, high C, so that's that's 3 octaves, but there are 2 in between octaves. Okay. And if you do that, then the horns go down here and the trumpets go up here. Okay, fair enough. The imperfect balance arising from the duplication of the middle note is compensated for by the mixture of timbres, which lends to some unity in the chord. Ah, I see. Because the horn and the trumpet are both playing middle C, but that's compensated for by a mixture of timbres, and it leads to it being unified. Okay, here's the good stuff, baby. Harmony in combined groups. Wind and brass instruments may be combined by the method of placing a chord in one timbre side by side with a chord in another timbre, or by any of the 3 methods already described: overlaying, crossing, and closer. So he's saying when you have chords in brass or woodwind, you can either, like, put them side by side, have the chords basically play together, or overlaid and crossing and closer. Basically, any combination that you want. In unison, juxtaposition or contrast of tone qualities This class of combination possesses the same features as combinations in the melodic line. Hello. Woodwind reinforces the brass, softens it, and reduces its characteristic qualities. Arrangements such as the following are possible. So unison, it says in unison, so I mean yeah. So what's happening here is that they're playing the same chord. They're both playing C, E, G. But like these guys are playing a nice chord and these guys are playing a chord. And he gives us a bunch of things you could do. So if you were to do something like this, this would soften the effect of the brass instruments. Okay, this horn is playing super high, but I see. Stopped or muted notes in trumpets and horns resemble the oboe and English horn in quality. Okay. The combination of these instruments produces a magnificent tone. Got it. So if you were to mute the trumpets or horns, they would sound like the oboe. And then if you combine the oboe and muted horns, then it'll sound magnificent. Magnificent tone. You know what? Let's just try this for giggles. I think I have a muted horn sound. Not this sort. That surely sounds like something. Where's the magnificent parts? What if in octaves? Okay, sounds a little goofy, not gonna lie, but it probably sounds better in a concert hall. A beautiful dark tone is derived from the combination of middle tones and stopped horns and deep notes of the clarinets. Huh. Okay. So if you use the middle notes of, I guess stopped, by stopped he means like muted, and deep notes of the clarinet creates this cool tone. I could try that for myself maybe. I guess it's not a, I guess those are not necessarily low. That's without the mutes. It's at the mutes. Maybe have you guys play piano. Clarinets, they're so loud though. Okay, that's similar to what we got. If bassoons are substituted for clarinet, the effect loses part of its character. So if bassoons doubled the horns in this part, it would not be so epic. Overlaying, superposition, crossing, and closure of parts. It has already been stated that the bassoon and the horn are the two instruments best capable of reconciling the groups of woodwind and brass. Fair enough. Four-part harmony given to two bassoons and two horns, especially in soft passages, yields a finely balanced tone and recalling the effect of quartet of horns, but possessing slightly greater transparency. What does that mean? For these passages, the horns overwhelm the bassoons and it is wiser to employ four horns alone. Okay. In the former case, crossing of parts is to be recommended for purposes of blend, concords giving B the horns, and discords to the bassoons. Okay. So when you're writing soft passages, it's good to write bassoons and horns together for like four-part harmony. But it's better to write the concords to the horns and the discords to the bassoons. So the bad example here is that the discord here of F and B is given to the horns. That's not good. And the discord is also given. This is also a discord here, but it's better to give the discord. Oh, I think this is because C and D, although I think it's technically a discord, it's less of a discord than F and B. For some reason I assumed there was like a B flat. No, it's just B. F and B, that creates a tritone. Oh no. And then that tone is better given to the bassoons instead of the horns. So I could just listen to them here. That's bad. This is better. Okay. I guess I'll mark that down here. In piano dynamics. I guess I'll just do in piano passages. Harmony. Finally some useful content. Dang. 4-part harmony is 4-part harmony. Hold on, what does he say? Is given for 4-part harmony given to 2 bassoons. Piano passage, or how about just a good what about a quartet of horns, of 2 horns and 2 bassoons yields a, what does he call it, a finely balanced tone. Discords should be given to bassoons and not horns. I'll write like a semicolon here. Okay. Bop, bop, bop. So let's write examples of each here. So we have horns and bassoons here. They're gonna, oh, they have to also play in piano passages. Got to make that explicit here, because so far they've all been playing in forte. But here in piano passages, let me fix my posture real quick before I sink into my chair writing stupid music. Okie dokie. So for this, for writing, let's write like a 7th chord, I guess. Oh wait, no, this is treble clef, not bass clef. Do you study music academically? This is the most academic I get with studying music. I'm not like formally trained in music composition. I was formally trained in piano performance, but not composition. So, Discord, well... crossing of parts is recommended. So, quartet of 2 bassoons in crossing parts. I should mark there, in crossing parts. There, so instead of having them be stacked like this, where the horns play exclusively the lower notes and the bassoons play exclusively the higher notes, it's better instead that they cross over each other like this. Like that. So, horn, bassoon, horn, bassoon. Oh, whoopsies. That's better. I just started getting to composition already, where to tear my hair out from all the intricacies and such. Well, that's why I'm doing this. I'm reading through this book about writing chords, and then I'm taking copious amounts of notes. And the best part is, with these notes, I can actually hear why they're bad. I can play them back. So instead of just having instead of reading a book and trying to imagine in my mind why it's bad and have this superfluous idea of why it's bad, thanks to the wonders of technology, I can now hear it for myself. So this is actually a good example because the discord is given to the bassoons. But if instead I switch these around, so the concord is given to the bassoon, I mean the discord, but the well-sounding interval is given to the bassoons, and the dissonant-sounding interval is given to the horns. This is not preferred. It's more preferred to do the other way around. So let's listen to them just to see. Okay. So I'll mark this as red for bad, and again, green for good. And I'll have one more example. Let's have a lower harmony here. Might have to write the horn and the bass clef for this part. eventually make something straight out of Ghibli. I've already been writing, and I've been writing a lot, but it's not been very good. I realize that my chord writing is subpar. I don't have the foundations quite down yet, which is exactly why I'm making these notes. So let's have you play like low C here. That's really low. Okay, so this will be the good one. And then the bassoon. So the 7th chord here. Maybe I'll make it a major 7th chord. That's good, but the opposite would be bad. So if the bassoons played the perfect 5th and the horns played the dissonance. Oh wait, that's not dissonance. I guess I do have to make this 7th chord there. That's not as good. I guess we'll just listen to it in here. Yes. In this example, it's a lot more clear which one's good and bad. Okay, I see. I like the higher one better. A lot of tension, yes. So these chords, hold on, just for whatchamacallit, just for consistency, I'm gonna write piano for both of these here, but appearance, you guys are red for bad and green for good. Right. Dissonances should be given to bassoons and not horns. So horns are playing the consonants here, bassoons are playing dissonance, as opposed to the horns playing the dissonance and the bassoons playing the consonants. This, and I think you could, that's because horns have a rounder tone, seeing as they are brass instruments. So the horns playing the consonants is better because it is better at laying the foundation of the chord. It's more mellow tone, makes it better as a foundational part of the chord, whereas the harmonic parts of the chord, like all the other intervals, should be given to the bassoons, which are thinner in tone, as to not interfere with the balance of the consonants of the rest of the chords. So, and this does sound better. This one sounds okay-ish, but like compared to this one, that one does sound better. Okay. Bassoons may also be written inside the horns, but the inverse process is not to be recommended. Okay, so you can have horns inside the... No, you can have the bassoons inside the horns, but not the horns inside the bassoons. The same insetting of parts may be used for sustained trumpet notes in octaves. Okay. The same insetting of parts may be used for sustained trumpet notes in octaves. In soft passages, thirds played in the low register of the flutes, sometimes combined with clarinets, produce a beautiful mysterious effect between trumpets and octaves. Okay, hold on. So bassoon playing the low notes, horns filling in the harmony here. So this is an F major chord. Horn is playing low F. No, bassoon is playing low F. Horns are playing a 5th here, and also this consonants here. So they're playing the majority of the chord. And then clarinets, oboes, or flutes are playing up high here. Oh, wait. This part is different than this. This is separate from this. Hold on, let me completely read this. The same insetting of parts may be used for sustained trumpet notes and octaves. In soft passages, thirds played in the lower register of the flutes, sometimes combined with clarinets, produce a beautiful mysterious effect between trumpets and octaves. In a chain of consecutive chords, it is advisable to entrust the stationary parts to the brass, the moving parts to the woodwind. Okay, so that's kind of what we had over here. Where is it? Here. Dedicate one tone color to stationary voices, dedicate another tone color to moving voices. In the case of... Here, I'll add another thing here. Bar lines. when combining woodwinds, oh my goodness, you're in the way, and brass, brass should be the stationary voices, should play the stationary voices. Okay, you're kind of in the way here, but should be okay when I actually add the notes in. Bold. Okay, I'll just copy this example here. So for this, I'll have the trombone play this, I'll have the trumpet play this, I'll have oboe, I'll have clarinet play this. Have you play like mezzo piano? So this is preferable. Let me make you guys green. Out here wearing a dinner dress. What do you mean a dinner dress? What does that mean? Do you mean like you're wearing something real fancy? So fancy. And I guess not the other way around, so like if I had the clarinet and oboe playing this part, and then I had like the trumpets moving around in here. You are wearing something fancy. Oh, I am wearing something fancy. True. Try that. Just put the mezzo forte or mezzo piano here. So having, okay, so it's better for the brass. Hold on. Layout, bang. Something about woodwinds are so beautiful. I know they are, but I need to learn to write for more strings, which is partly why I'm doing this, but so far we've only been through the wind ones. I'm still getting to the part where we have to, where we combine strings and the winds together, but anyway. So this is bad, no good. Doink, doink. Okay, yeah, so when we're making chords with moving voices, the brass should play the stationary voices and the woodwind should play the moving voices. So for example, this is bad. Maybe I should give these to horns instead. No, I like trumpets better. Got it. Composing on strings is hard as composing on piano. I see. Music app we're using. This is MuseScore 4. The fourth one. You can use whichever thing you want though. It's not like this makes any difference. Would I recommend it? I guess. I haven't really tried any other ones, but I'm willing to bet that other ones might be better. MuseScore is kind of jank in some areas. There you go. But I haven't tried any other things. I really like the sounds it has though. Clarinets, on account of their tone quality, should rarely be set inside of horns, but in the upper register and in the higher harmonic parts. A chord of 4 horns in piano may be completed by clarinets as effectively as by oboes or flutes. The bassoon may then double the bass an octave below. It's like Google Forms music style. I swear this is also used for writing music. I'm just using this for writing notes right now. And then at the end we'll go over the notes here that I wrote as like a, you know, group think, group study. And we'll review what we learned from reading Mr. Korsakov's book about writing chords, because There are infinite ways to write chords, but there are some ways in which you can write them good. And I wrote good and bad examples so we can hear why that rule applies, you know? It's kind of like how some people say that four harp harmony, you know, that thing that classical composers use, four harp harmony, 4-part harmony. Like, some people say that the 4-part harmony doesn't mean anything, the rules are dead, it's just made up by old white men who just don't know what they're talking about, it doesn't mean anything, the 4-part harmony is nothing. But the rules exist for a reason, and it's because it sounds good. And you don't have to follow it, of course, like, you know, Debussy never followed it, but they're a general rule for a reason. It's because it's always sure to sound good. And that's kind of what we're doing here. Like, yeah, you can violate these rules to produce certain effects, but like, seeing as we're all beginners, you gotta follow the rules so you can defy them later. You gotta know what you're doing first. Okay, so let me read this again. On account of their tone quality should be rarely set inside the horns, but in the upper register and in the higher harmonic parts, chord of 4 horns in the piano may be completed by clarinets as effectively as by oboes or flutes. Okay, so this is just saying, like, if you want to write a chord with woodwinds and horns, here's how you should do it. You should put the bassoon at the bottom, the horns should fill in the middle parts, and then clarinets, oboes, or flutes, maybe some combination of them, should play together. And then played forte, the horns are more powerful than the woodwind. Balance may be established by doubling upper harmonic parts. Oh, okay, I see. So because horns are loud, like they are literally brass instruments, they are by nature louder than woodwind instruments, which are made of wood. So the brass instruments will be naturally louder than the woodwinds. But if you want to combine them together still, you can do that. What you have to do, though, is that you have to double these instruments so that, like, the 2 flutes, 2 oboes, and 2 clarinets all together will be as loud as the horn. And since the bassoon is kind of on its own, it'll be loud enough. It's really resonant there. Music composition VTuber, where have you been? I've been right here, baby. I've been composing music on stream for... Oh man, how long have I been streaming music? You guys want to go to my YouTube channel? How long have I been streaming music? Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. 4 months. That's actually not a very long time. And I took a break for Christmas, so anyway. Okay, so let's write an example here. So let's write our notes. Doink, doink. In forte passages. How else do I write this? In forte passages where horns and woodwinds combine. Double the upper voices, double the upper woodwind voices. Hold on. Double the upper woodwind. No. No. There you go. Double the upper woodwind voices so that the woodwinds may be heard over the horns. Man, my notes are getting even longer. It's like a whole paragraph. It started with like 1 sentence. Now it's getting to a whole paragraph, but whatever. Doink, doink, doink. Okay, so what we're saying is I'm gonna write 2 examples, 2 bad examples and 2 good examples. Bar line, doink. Okay, so bassoon plays low note here. Actually, I want you to play a nice C, a nice sexy C. And then after that, I want you to play the middle voices. Like that. But again, in forte passages. Okay, so see how the brass is loud? Did you know that the brass is loud? The bassoon can still be heard, probably because it's super duper resonant at these lower registers. But if we were to add these other instruments here, clarinets. I mean, clarinets are super piercing, so you can hear them anyway, but if I put them in like the oboes or something. Okay, well, they sound fine to me, but you know, I'm just gonna say, like, again, probably in a concert hall setting, it would sound better to have something like this instead. Like that. So just, all you guys play forte, blah, blah, blah. That does sound very awesome. Okay, so that's the example of a good chord. Now let's write an example of a bad chord. So again, we'll have like this. Double the upper woodwind voices so the winds may be heard over the horns. Maybe something like the same chord here, but we'll just have like, I don't know. Like that. Maybe clarinets instead. Oh wait, you guys are supposed to play forte. Forte! There you go, and delete all these Fs. I don't give any Fs, get out of here. And also you play F. Okay, got it. So you guys are remaining the same. But if we want to add upper voices, this practice of just having a bunch of notes like this is bad. Because the woodwinds are being vastly superseded by the horns, which are weirdly quiet, but I did lower the volume. Let's up. It's better instead to have the woodwinds double each other, so this is being doubled by nothing. Oh wait, no, it's being doubled by oboe. Sorry, I was misreading that. So this is being doubled by oboe, this is being doubled by flute, this is being doubled by flutes, oboe is being doubled by flute, and then I just left this high voice here, but either way, this chord will sound a lot better. And in fact, it does sound a bit more complete than this. This one sounds like it's kind of missing something. That one feels very full. It might be that the clarinets are too piercing, as they are playing in fourths. Maybe like that would be a better example. Like, this doesn't sound bad. This just sounds better. You know what I mean? Like, this sounds more complete. This is not bad. This is better. Okay, cool. Got it. Okay. I gotta write one more. Hold on. I'm gonna write another thingy of that. Bad. Good. Good. Okie dokie. Let's write another one. I guess I'll write like a minor chord this time, just to be real sneaky. I'll write a G minor chord here. Maybe F minor chord. Yeah. Like that. And then the upper voices. Again, let's write a bad example of this. So F, A, C, F, A, flat. This is not good. I mean, it sounds okay. Hold on. Like that instead. That might be better. Like, it sounds okay, right? But it would be much better instead if we did this, like... Wait. There you go, I think maybe. Someone composing music. Hello. I'm not necessarily composing right now, I'm more taking notes, but it's still important to do this, to take notes. Let's add the fortes here just for 30. Couldn't find the app. It's not an app, it's like something I install on my computer. Here. You score 4, yippee! And go over here. Hi. To install, go to the MuseScore website and you can download it for whatever you want. I don't think it's like an app though, like on your mobile phone. Okay, well anyway. So here we have our chord being played, a nice F minor chord. Right? But here our woodwinds are just kind of scattered around, you know? So you have the clarinets and the oboes all doing different things. It doesn't sound necessarily bad, but it sounds much better if the notes are doubling each other. So this A flat is being doubled, this C is being doubled, this F is being doubled. And then if you combine these all together, that sounds a little hollow. That sounds a lot more full. Okay, good. Got it. Cool. Let's add our colors. Bonk. Bonk. That sound is so cute. What, this? It's a very cool color. Very epic. Okay, let's keep on reading. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. The relationship which has been shown to exist between stopped horns and oboe or eng horn authorizes the simultaneous use of these instruments in one and the same chord. What do you mean? What does that mean? Okay, you know what, whatever. If trumpets and trombones take part in a chord, flutes, oboes, and clarinets are better used to form the harmonic part above the trumpets. The following should be the arrangements. Okay, so if we're using trumpets and trombones in our big chord, and we want to include the woodwind instruments, what needs to happen is they need to be like this. So the trombones are filling up the bass, kind of like we saw earlier with the trombones and tuba, and the horns are filling the other voices, and then trumpets are filling in other voices. And then what's happening here is that for the upper voices, they're filled in by the woodwinds in the following arrangements. I don't know, man. Okay. And same here, he puts a bassoon at the lower part here, which is cool. I guess we'll just listen to it. Okay. Sure. What is that? What is that supposed to mean? Okay, so I guess he's saying like similar to this. I was streaming my screen to a bunch of strangers on the internet. My husband texted me and it opened it. It was my entire face was up there. Like some texts. I see. Well, the best thing to do when that happens is to sleep on it. It'll be fine. Strangers on the internet don't remember each other at all. You see a post on Reddit of you see much worse things people posted on social media, so whatever you have done is minuscule in comparison. Apparently I wrote all the dynamics here. Here, just for this, I'm gonna write the dynamics here. Mark them a certain color. Green. Like for all the passages where I explicitly mark dynamic marking, I'm gonna do it for each of them. Just again, for consistency. So a lot of Fs, I'm giving a lot of Fs here. That's like 20 Fs. Doink, 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 doink. Awesome. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I think this tip is just this again. I think I should just generalize it again to brass and woodwinds. Woodwinds may be heard over the brass. These are just kind of the same thing. So I guess I'll just add 4 more measures here. Oh, crap. I'll add 4 more measures here just for other examples. So 2 more examples, I'll use the other instruments, other brass instruments. So, bar lines, double bar lines. Cool. Blah. We'll have the bassoon again play the low notes. The tuba is playing some of the notes here. The E tuba is playing something. What does he mean E tuba? Oh, and tuba, I think is what he means. 3 trombones and tuba. Okay. Got it. So we're gonna use tuba here. A. Or tuba should play low notes. Trombone should play other low notes. That's better. And then the horn should fill in this A here. Immediately, that's good. And then we'll have trumpet fill in E here. Maybe E and A. Maybe this is better. So you guys are playing a concord, you guys are playing concords, except for this, but that's fine. And you're filling in this note here, A, and you're filling in this note here, C. That's a good chord, but then if I want to expand on it using the woodwinds, I'll need to double them. So we'll have C here, like this. Like that. So this is a good chord. Oh man, what a sound. It's like THX. Beautiful. And like, for example, a bad thing of this, like a bad example of this would be like, it'll have the same brass, but the woodwinds will be a bit more misplaced. So we'll have like this would not be good. That's much better. It's kind of hard to hear the differences because it's so loud, but this, in theory, provides a better tone. Oh wait, he also says here that you could do 3 flutes plus 3 oboes plus 3 clarinets to do something here. Okay, but the way I did it is like kind of like this, where you have, yeah, these combinations of notes here. So let's do something similar here. Let's have like a D minor chord here. So D. Oh, that's super low D. I guess we'll have like G minor, I suppose. Okay, and then I guess we'll have horns do this parts. Here you go, 2 horns effectively do this. Trumpet does D. Nice low chord. And then for this, I'll have a hold on. Dang it. I'll have, let's write the good example first. So this note ends here, so we'll have like this. This is also acceptable. Might be better if I actually moved it up so these are in better ranges. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should just transpose the chord to like D. There you go. So everything's in a good range. There you go. And then I'll write the clarinets and all that jazz. So wait. Maybe a better bad example would be like this. Like that. That's much better. Or like... Yeah, this is better because the woodwinds are all coherently coming together to come and make a good chord, but these ones, they're kind of all over the place. I think that's kind of the theme with this thing. And that's okay. Also, the bassoon's not doing anything, but whatever. Playback. No, appearance. Bad. Good. Bad. Good. And you guys are not doing anything. Actually, dang it, I should have added the dynamics here. You guys are all playing forte. Make sure not sforzando. Forte. Forte. Trust the process. Yes, I trust Mr. Korsakov. Definitely more than I trust myself with this kind of stuff. You know, for reasons that might be apparent or might not be apparent. And then copy all these guys. Or select all them. Because I'm just so good at selecting. And then make them green. Okay. Coolio. Giving you all my trust right now, no pressure, dang. I'm so trustworthy. Just look at me. Don't I just look so trustworthy? Cool, right? A combination of strings and wind. Finally, I've been doing this whole stream to lead up to this one chapter. Is combining the strings and the woodwinds, or the winds. I frequently meet with the combination of strings and woodwind and ladder comparison of one timbre with another. What did I just read? Combination of woodwinds and strings. Comparison of one timbre with another. Either in long sustained notes or tremolando. What? What is tremolando? What is that word? Tremolo. What? Why is it? Why is you use a different word? Or it's the same thing. All right, whatever. I see. Apart from the complete or partial doubling of the string quartet, two methods frequently used. The most natural arrangement is... Okay. So I think what he's saying is... what he's saying is that the methods that people use to combine the strings and the winds together is to have like the string quartet form and then just double it with the winds, which is frequently used. But also, yeah, you can double the flutes and oboes with the violins, double the clarinets and the bassoons with the cellos and the violas and stuff like that. And he does say etc. Out of Rachmaninoff, Andante, Cantabile. I have not. I've not listened to a lot of romantic. Rachmaninoff is romantic music, right? I don't think he's modern. Is he? No, he lived until 1943. I guess that makes him a modern composer. I see. He didn't write a whole lot on this. He wrote like 3 paragraphs. Owing to the complete absence of any affinity and tone quality, combinations of strings and with brass is seldom employed in juxtaposition, crossing, or enclosure of parts. Okay, so he's saying that the strings and the brass, they don't have, like, they don't sound remotely the same. Like, yeah, I think that's what he says, owing to the complete absence of any affinity. So because the strings and brass don't sound anything alike, the combinations is seldom employed. So it's not used very often. I don't know why you couldn't just say that. Seldom employed. How fancy of you. The first method may be used, however, when the harmony is formed by strings tremolando, so when they're tremolo. And wait, didn't you say something about what did you say about tremolo here? Oh, he just says they're usually employed in long sustained notes or tremolo. The first method may be used, however, when the harmony is formed by the strings tremolando and the brass is employed in sustaining chords, and when the strings play short disconnected chords, forzando. Okay. I am seldom employed, dang. Me too, man. No one has hired me to write music for him yet. Okay, let me reread this. A first method may be used, however, when the harmony is formed by the strings tremolando, and the brass is employed in sustaining chords, and when the strings play short disconnected chords, sforzando. So I think what he's saying here, the first method, which I think is this one, oh no, probably this. Maybe this? Jazz fusion piece. Fusing with what? What you fusing it with? Why the fiddlesticks did they provide me with a full, like, metal drum kits? That doesn't sound very jazz of you. Jazz usually has a very restricted drum kits. I mean, restricted in comparison to a metal drum kit, that is. It's but maybe you should take that. Maybe you should take that and go wild with it. Have the most intricate jazz drum solo ever. Okay. Anyway, is that Strauss's orchestration book? This is Rimsky-Korsakov's orchestration book. We're starting with this. Maybe next time I do like a chord study or something, I'll pull up Strauss's book, and maybe Adler has something about it. We'll see. This is just one I could find online, and I like this because they have like audio examples online, so I can hear. Okay, well, anyway. Okay, so I think what he's saying here, if you want to combine the strings and brass, the best way to do it is to have brass play sustaining chords, so long legato chords, and have the strings play tremolo or tremolando. More cowbell is the way to go. I don't think I've ever heard of any jazz piece in my whole life that uses the cowbell. Also, when the strings play short disconnected chords, sforzando. So if you want to combine the strings and brass, the brass should play long sustained notes and the strings should play tremolo, or I guess like if the horns play staccato notes, then the strings can also play short staccato notes. Again, sforzando, so really loud. Another possible exception may be mentioned, the splendid effect of horns doubled by violas or cellos, or divided violas or cellos. So horns doubled by divided. So what he's saying is like, it is more like a footnote, I guess. When combining brass and strings, strings play tremolo, brass plays legato. So like I have like a chord here. So like we have this brass chord here with a wonderful tone, and then if we want to combine that, we have the strings play the same thing, but in tremolo. So U, and then and then violin play F here. If you want to have this, these guys gotta play tremolo. Awesome. Oh wait, you guys, I haven't set you to play forte yet. There, play forte. Okay, I want to use a sitar. Sitar jazz. I've never heard of such a thing. Maybe you'll be the first. That does sound a little funky, I'm gonna be honest. I like a little more space here. How do I make this chord? How do I make this measure longer? I want to drag out this measure to be longer. Measure properties, layout stretch. Hey, wait a second. No, go down. If I like press this to 2. Ah, there. That's what I want. Stretch it out a little more, please. Make it like 3. So I have some space here for my next text. Okay. Sitar would be dope for rock music. Hiatus Coyote, I'm pretty sure I said that correctly, uses the sitar in a lot of their songs, same with R&R and quite a few R&B soul jazz artists. I haven't really heard sitar outside of the context of, you know, where the sitar came from, Indian traditional music, and also the Beatles, I guess, because they used it, or more specifically George used it. Only him. And here's my B. Strings play sforzando, brass. Wait, does it say what the brass does? Brass plays staccato. In staccato chords, I should say, strings play sforzando. That is better, okay. And I guess we'll just have the same chord here. Delete the tremolos, and also the unnecessary fortes. We'll have like that. Doink, doink, doink. And I'll mark you guys as sforzandos. No, mark each of you as sforzandos, silly. There you go. I see, that's very loud. I think maybe I should change this to be the violins section. Strings, Not solo. Dang it. No, that's not what I wanted at all. Sounds a little too personal. Violins 1. I'm just writing all the violin parts as one thing. Doesn't matter. Your viola. Wait. Violas. Cello section. Contrabass section. Okay, and maybe here. So that's how we use brass together with strings, and also you can have them play short chords. That's one way to do it too. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So now we have that. Doink. What else is there? Combination of the three groups. So we can combine all of them together. Blah, blah, blah. General observations. Balance and correct distribution of tone is much more important in dealing with long sustained chords or those of rhythmic design. Indicate... Oh, what did I just read? It's more important with dealing with... Oh, okay. So what he's saying is... Oh, let me finish the paragraph first. In case of short disconnected chords, resonance is a minor consideration, but one which should not be entirely neglected. Okay, so what he's saying is, if you're playing a very long chord, like a long sustained chord, the resonance is a big factor. If you're playing rhythmic chords, staccato chords, doesn't really matter that much, but it should not be entirely neglected. Okay. I've been put on the sitar. Epic. I have endeavored to outline the general principles to be followed, but I do not profess to deal with all the countless cases which may arise in the course of orchestration. Well, he doesn't give any examples. What? What? He's just like, yeah, whatever, man. you figured out how to do all the ones. Just figure out how to combine them yourself. Okay. I've endeavored to outline the general principles to be followed, but I do not profess to deal with all the countless cases which may arise in the course of orchestration. So he's basically saying, yeah, man, there's an infinite amount of ways for you to orchestrate these groups together. Just to figure it out, man. That's what he's saying. There's an infinite amount of ways. Just find out. If it sounds good, then keep it. If it doesn't, then don't do it. I've given a few examples of well-sounding chords. For further information, I advise the reader to study full scores with care, as this is only... Okay, so he's basically saying, get out of here, go study your own scores. Okay. Well, actually, we can actually look at them because they give us examples here. This is an example of oboe, bassoon, plus horns, plus strings. So oboe, bassoons, these are violins, these are horns. Okay, listen. Okay, so first thing, this image is so low res, but let's see if I can zoom in here. I think what I'm seeing here is that the strings are having their thing, and then when he's combining the chords together, contrabass, the cello, viola, these guys are all playing separate notes. The horn is doubling the second violin, and I assume the viola. Yeah. So the horn is doubling the lower, or the middle voices, not the lower voices, the middle voices. Other horn is doing this melody line. And you guys, the contrabassoon is doubling the cello, and the... not the contrabassoon, the normal bassoon is doubling the cello. The other bassoon is doubling, again, the viola. So the viola, the third horn, and the first bassoon are all together. The oboe is doubling the first violin, so it's just a bunch of doubling, I guess is what I'm seeing here. And that's something he's been advocating for the whole time, is just doubling, doubling, doubling. Don't let your voices all be like, hold on, let's find a good example of this. Don't let your voices be all separate. It's better to combine them together. So let's play this example again. That's no good because the chords are, all the instruments are playing their own notes. It's much better instead to combine the timbres together. Bad. Good. Also good. So like no one instrument really stands out, but that's a good thing because it makes them blend together well. Okay. Okay, now that we've finished like the reading portion, I always wondered to myself how to compose things by myself and seeing how there are documents explaining how to compose makes me feel like why didn't I think about that before? Well, yeah, that's like the whole thing about music theory, right? Like you don't need music theory to write music, obviously. Music is music. Doesn't need theory, but theory is extremely helpful to guide you to write music. And that's kind of how this whole composing deal works too. Like you can just compose on your own, like that's fine. But reading books and stuff helps you guide your thinking. And especially reading scores of your favorite composers and favorite musics. It helps you guide the kind of sounds you want. But anyway, let's look over our notes here. And before I do that, I'm actually gonna format this a bit better. So what I'm gonna do is go to style, hide empty staves, and then I'm going to fix the layout here so I can have this be like a, hello guys, I can have this be a nice, what, tarnation? A nice like document that I can, maybe not document that I can publish, but like, it can be something that I can do. And then I guess all these ones are extraneous. Okay, so this is like the notes sheets that what the heck? Why are all you guys here? Get out of here. Be gone from my sights. Okay, can't send money because my bank hates converting to USD. Wow. Okay, so let's do publish. Okay, so here we are. These are our notes. Okay, these are our notes. Apparently I can't play it from any random part. I can't just like click on a part and press play. So instead I guess I'm just gonna have to do it here, which is a little bad, but okay. Let's go over our notes. This is what we learned from Mr. Rimsky-Korsakov about writing chords. Okay, that's what this whole stream has been about. I was reading Rimsky-Korsakov's chapter on writing chords, and not like writing chords like how to write a chord progression, how to make chords, no, how to take chords that already exist and write them for multiple instruments. That is what this is about. That's what we did. That's what this whole 4 hours of me doing this has been about, is making notes on this and giving red notes indicate bad examples and then green notes indicate good examples. So here, first thing, we don't want to double the same, this is like for woodwinds, we don't want to double the same instrument, and I'm going to give an explanation as to why, so I can prove that I actually learned something. Okay, so we don't want to double the same instruments in case of woodwind harmony, because that instrument's timbre will be too apparent. You'll hear it too much. It'll stand out from the rest of the chord. Unless you want that, but usually you don't want that. So we can play this part here. You can hear the bassoon too much, it sticks out a bit too much, but here, bassoon blends in a bit better. And then same here, flutes will be too apparent, but here flutes will blend nicely with the oboe. Okay, and then after that, we want to follow the natural order of the register. And the natural order of the registers, the register meaning like the range, follow the natural order of the ranges of the instruments. So the bassoon is quite low. It's the base of the woodwind group, and then the clarinets are kind of both. They're very versatile, but usually they're in the lower parts. And if all you have is this, clarinets usually fill in the lower parts, but they can also be the higher parts. But let's just say they're lower-ish parts. Oboe comes next, and then flute. The flute is the highest. Oboes are middle. Clarinets are kind of a wild card, and bassoon is the lower part. Here we have the flutes, the flute's register is higher than the clarinets. However, here in this bad example, we have put the clarinets above the flutes. And it sounds really uneven. When we put the flutes back at the higher parts and the clarinet in the lower parts, it sounds a lot more full. It sounds a lot more correct. And then here we have the bassoons playing over the oboe. It sounds really weird because the bassoons sound really thin in their higher register and the oboes sound really rough in their lower register. And here, the bassoons will still sound a little bit thin, but the oboe won't sound so rough, so they'll blend a bit better together. And the same thing here. We have, this is close harmony, this is wider harmony. So here we have the bassoons. We have the, okay, what am I doing? These bassoons and oboes are enclosed. Or no, they're not enclosed. They're like, what was it? I guess enclosed is the right word. They're kind of like alternating their notes. So here we have F, C, F in the bassoon, C in the oboe, A in the bassoon, F in the oboe. And you can see here that this F is being played lower than this A in the bassoon. So this C in the oboe is being played lower than this F in the A in the bassoon, which is violating the natural order of the register, because the bassoon should be lower than the oboe, right? That's a bad example, and then it sounds much better if we put them back in their normal register. So the bassoon filling out the lower parts and the oboe filling out the higher parts. And then here we have something similar. We have the clarinets, oboe, and flute here. The oboe is currently playing lower than the clarinet because this B is playing lower than this A in the clarinet. And it'd be much better if instead the B was lower in the lower register instrument, which is the clarinet, and the D was in the higher register instrument, which is the oboe. So let's listen. Sounds a little off. Oh. It sounds a lot better. This one almost sounds out of tune. That one sounds a lot better. Okay. And then here, octaves, thirds, and sixths use similar tone colors. Fifths, fourths, seconds, and sevenths use different tone colors. So what we mean by this is, for harmony, within a particular chord, octaves, thirds, and sixths should use instruments with similar tones. So here, this fifth here is being played by an instrument, well, in this case, two flutes, that have the same tone color, which violates this rule. And conversely, this oboe is also playing in fifths, right? So they'll use they're using the same tone color for a fifth, which violates this rule. And the reason we do this is because this sounds really thin. This sounds really thin. When put together, it's like double thinness. It's a little difficult to hear because the oboes and the flutes are similar in quality at these higher ranges. But this is better. More coherence. That's like doubly thin. This is a bit more full. And in here, we have something similar here, where the clarinets are playing a fourth here, which is violating this rule because fourths need to use different tone colors. Here they're using the same tone color. The same thing here, where fourth's playing here. They're using the same tone color for a fourth. That's not good. It would be much better instead if we have the clarinets play sixths and the oboes play sixths. And especially here, the clarinets are kind of piercing over the oboes. It's really hard to hear the oboes over the clarinets. Here, they're a lot more they're blended a lot better together. You can hear both of them at the same time. Here, same-ish difference. The bassoon and the oboe have similar tone colors. They're both rough in quality. And right now they're playing a fifth, so that's already violating the rule. This is also playing a fifth here, E and B, with clarinets and flutes that have similar tone colors. So again, it'll be doubly thin. It'll be much better if we if we make the different tone colors play in octaves, thirds, or sixths. So here, bassoon and oboe are playing thirds, clarinet and flute are playing thirds. Oh, dang it. Dang it. Play the darn thing, idiots. Okay, that sounds thin. That sounds much more full. Although the oboe is a little loud. I think it might be better if we did like 2 bassoon parts here, but either way. And then here we have 2 bassoons playing a fifth, and an oboe just in the high end, so this is okay. This oboe and bassoon quality is okay because they're playing octaves using similar tone colors. But here they're playing a fifth, whereas here in the good example they're playing thirds. And then this A is just kind of helping out here, so. Yeah, that one immediately sounds much better. That one sounds really thin. That one's much better. Okay. And here we have dedicate 1 tone color to stationary voices, dedicate another tone color to moving voices. So here, clarinet and bassoon have 2 different tone colors, but in this this undulating harmony, the anchor voices are being played by 2 different timbres, and the middle voices are being played by 2 different timbres. The moving voices, I should say. And the reason why this is bad is because it gives the chord a real muddy effect. It's very unsure of where it's going. It sounds very confused. It sounds a lot more coherent if the voices that are moving are playing together, and the voices that are not moving are played together on the same instruments, or same kind of instruments. It doesn't sound particularly bad, but it's a lot more clear if we play it like this. The bassoons together sound a lot better than just combining these guys. They sound a lot more unsure. The clarinets are kind of loud here, but like in an actual piece we might balance these a bit better. And then here, something similar here, we have the clarinet and oboe playing the middle voices that are not good, no good, because they're different tone qualities. And in here, the bassoon and clarinet are different tone qualities. It's much better if we have the oboe and bassoon do the stationary voices because they have the same tone quality, or similar ones at least, and then the clarinets play the moving voices. And then here, when we have brass, it's the same kind of thing, but the brass should play the stationary voices. On account of the fact that the brass has a more mellow sound, has a more round sound, it projects much further, and therefore it is better at laying a foundational base for the chords. So here, we want to surround 1 tone color with different tone colors So, okay, how do I say this? Right. So if we're having a tone color encased by other tone colors, it has to be by two different ones, not by the same one. So here these oboes are encased only by clarinets, but it would be better if instead they were encased by clarinet and flutes. Maybe to have more like variety, maybe it just sounds fuller, something like that. I can't really tell the difference there, but maybe because these sound really similar. Maybe in the lower registers it's more apparent. So here we have better get to bed. Alright, see you around then. Yeah, we have the clarinets being enclosed by one tone color, which is just the bassoons. But here they're being encased by bassoon and oboe. That does sound a bit more full. Three-part harmony use one or two different tone colors, never three. Okay, yeah, so if you're using three-part harmony, use two different, well, I just said it here, two different tone colors, not three. Probably because if you do it in three, the chord will just sound really confused. It'll be really unbalanced. So it's better if you just use two tone colors. This immediately sounds a lot more coherent. Four-part harmony, it is best to overlay three voices of one tone color with one voice of another tone color. Okay. Right. So if you have four-part harmony, instead of having two instruments play some part of the chord and two other instruments play the rest of the chord, it's better to have a 3-1 split or a 1-3 split than a 2-2 split in four-part harmony. Okay, and I'm not really sure why Rimsky-Korsakov recommends this. Maybe so that the chord doesn't sound so like, it doesn't sound so milquetoast, you know, like it doesn't sound like the combination of two instruments. It sounds like one instrument just being helped out by another instrument or something like that, maybe. Because like, if you have three bassoons here, the whole chord will sound like a bassoon chord. The clarinet will just help out, fill out the rest of the chord. And the converse is true. If you have mostly clarinets play the chord, then it will sound like a clarinet chord just being helped out by the bassoon. But instead, if you have two bassoons and two clarinets play the chord, then it sounds like a weird combination of both, and it doesn't sound as good as it, like having an average of the instruments is not as good as having like one instrument just being helped out by another. Like, it's better to have a distinct sound than an averaged sound, I should say. And I think that's his ideology behind, or his philosophy behind writing chords like this. Okay, an open three-part harmony using instruments of the same tone color is bad. So yeah, if you're writing open, well, it says it right there. Instead of having open harmony here with three of the same tone color instruments, just have them, just make it a bit more varied. Okay. In harmony of more than 4 voices, notes played in octaves should use similar tone qualities. Right, so if you're writing here, this is a bad example because this C is being doubled by this clarinet in octaves, which are not similar tone colors, and then this clarinet is doubling with this oboe, which are not similar tone colors, and this E is doubling with this flute, which is not similar tone colors. So there's not similar tone colors all across the board. It sounds a lot better if we double the bassoon with the oboe, because they have similar tone colors, and double the clarinets and flutes together because they have similar tone colors. Good. And then same difference here. Okay. In pairs of woodwinds, mix tone colors as much as possible. Right, so if you have a chord playing, it's better to have when you have 6 instruments playing here, 2 per instrument or type of instrument, it's better to have the instruments blend together, play notes simultaneously, rather than have them each play a different part of the chord. Otherwise it'll sound really empty and unbalanced. That sounds out of tune even. That sounds better. Yeah, clarinets are dominating. Clarinets are no longer dominating. Okay. Leaving gaps in harmony of greater than 4 voices is only good in piano dynamics. So in this E major chord, we've left out the B here in the lower parts. And in forte, it'll sound really empty. If you want to have it in forte, fill out that note. Or it's okay if you have it in piano. That's fine. Same thing here. We've left out this A note here. Or if we have a piano passage, it's fine. Okay. In 4-part harmony for horns, the bass is doubled by bassoons, not by other brasses. So here we have a trombone doubling this A note in the horns, which is not good. It's much better if it's doubled by a bassoon, because the trombone is too resonant. You can kind of hear it over all the horns. The bassoons, not so much. They blend much better. Same thing with the tuba here. The tuba projects way too much over the horns. The bassoon doesn't project as much. Okay. In usually open 4-part harmony for trombones and tuba, the third trombone and tuba form the bass in octaves, and the other trombones fill out the harmony, supported by another brass instrument. So we have a 4-part harmony here, a quartet of brass instruments. The bass is not being doubled by the tuba is just playing the bass, and the trombones are playing in 4-part harmony, or close harmony I should say. They're playing in close harmony. This is not good. I mean, it might sound fine, but it sounds much better if the trombones are spread out and if the horns or some other brass instrument kind of help out fill in the rest of the chords. And also, the third trombone is now doubling the tuba. And then same thing here, trombones playing close harmony, even though they are being doubled here. And you guys are helping out here. These trombones are not playing in open harmony. It'll sound a lot more full if I leave the trombones in open harmony. And it does. It sounds kind of tinny, kind of closed in if I leave the trombones in close harmony. It sounds really tinny. Trombones sound better when they're in open harmony. It sounds much more wide open. And I guess maybe if you wanted a thinner tone quality, but then why not just give it to the bassoons, you know? So if you wanted a thin tone quality, that's what the woodwinds are here for. Seconds and sevenths are better played by 2 different brass instruments. Okay, so if we played this is a 7th. It's being played by the same brass instruments. It's much better if they're just played by 2 different ones. The same thing here, this is a 2nd. Again, the trombones are in close harmony, but at least here they were really in the lower register playing close harmony. Here they're in the upper register playing close harmony, so I think that's a bit more forgivable. Okay, good. A quartet of 2 horns and 2 bassoons in crossing parts yields a finely balanced tone. This chord should be given to bassoons and not horns. So yeah, combining horns and bassoons together in a quartet is really cool, very good, sounds very awesome, but any discords in the chords should be given to bassoons. So any dissonances, like here, this is a consonance, this is a dissonance. Sounds much better if the consonance is given to the horns and the dissonance is given to the bassoons. Same thing here. This one sounds a little unbalanced. That sounds a lot more full. In forte passages where brass and woodwinds combine, double the upper woodwind voices so that the woodwinds may be heard over the brass. Okay. Okay. So right now we have a bassoon and horn making up the chord here. It's the same chord for both examples, but here the woodwinds are two spread outs. It'll sound a lot better if the woodwinds are doubling each other. So like the clarinets are doubling the oboes and the flutes, and the oboes are doubling the flutes here. And same thing here. Okay, and in here we're introducing tuba, trombone again in open harmony, and the horns, creating a nice chord here. But again, the woodwinds are a little scattered around. It's kind of hard to hear the woodwinds, if you can even hear them at all. But here, the woodwinds are a little easier to hear, especially that clarinet notes. It's a little debatable, I think, if you can really hear them, but I think if you play them fortissimo, it'll sound a lot better. Well, anyway. It's a lot more apparent in that one. You can definitely hear the woodwinds better in the second example. And then lastly, if you combine brass and strings, the strings gotta play tremolo while the brass plays the same chord. Combining brass and strings, I should say, in forte passages, maybe. Maybe that's a bit more accurate. Or they can, in staccato chords, the strings will play sforzando. Okie dokie, and that's everything I wrote down. Julio, awesome note sheet. Yay, we're done-ish. I guess this is the first of a few studies I'll have to do to get better writing chords, but I'll definitely be applying this knowledge a bunch and referencing this and taking lots of screenies, so that'll be it for today. I guess I didn't really compose much, but I think this is still very important to do. So yeah, I'm done. Make sure to subscribe and join the Discord, and